Page 216, Part 16. Optimism is a prerequisite for the constancy in life. If the human being is capable of dealing with the often very hard facts, situations, and circumstances and so forth of his or her existence in a creative and constructive kind and wise, and not thereby losing his or her conviction about a good end, then he or she can rightly claim that he or she has achieved a good optimism. Therefore, he or she is a real optimist, which he or she, however, first had to become as a result of the work of his or her thoughts. As a result of thoughts which have, quote, matured, as the human being tends to say, when they are creative and constructive, and bring good values and successes in manifold form. Quote, crafty, meanwhile, does not mean that the human being, for whom crafty thoughts are typical, knows all the dirty tricks, which is the context in which the term is mostly used, rather that the, quote, craftiness consists of the operation of right, healthy, progressive, and positive thoughts, and the use of their might in all matters of one's own development, with which the achievement of a healthy optimism also belongs. Also included in this form of good, healthy, and positive craftiness are perseverance and firmness, as well as persistence and necessary flexibility, which are of immense significance for progress and self-realization. Becoming an optimist depends on the kind of the philosophy of life one has, and with that, on following those creational natural laws and recommendations which determine the striving for that which is higher. Therefore, it is necessary that one creates the corresponding attitude of the consciousness and the corresponding direction of the thoughts, which constitute the basic prerequisite for a conscious striving for that which is higher. Once perseverance and firmness, as well as persistence and the necessary imaginations, intentions, wishes, and efforts are also added, then a mixture of values and powers arises which no longer allows any disappointment. And once, as a result of all that, the human being has become a strong, tough, quote, spirit, then it is easy for him or her to bear even the greatest strains and challenges without suffering some sort of harm from them, or indeed being shattered by them. But for that, one requires the real optimism, which fulfills an extraordinarily important function in the human being's life, and is responsible for the fact that every thought and every feeling, as well as every act and deed, is progressively tended, nurtured, handled, and carried out in a neutral, positive, equalized form. But if there is no optimism, and if it is not created, then no progress can be achieved, because the thoughts are inevitably weak, and in their powerlessness they collapse, which has the further effect that purely physical weakness also appears. Admittedly, perseverance, persistence, and firmness alone are not enough, because one's better half, in favor of which the human being should decide, in good cheer, with a conscious will and in the necessary knowledge, lies deep in the innermost realm of his or her spiritual existence, and requires quite special attention, love, and care. This better half is the innermost nature of the spirit, that is to say, of the spirit form, in accordance with which the human being also has to assiduously and evolutively form his or her inner nature. That is the nature of his or her own personality, and he himself, she herself, determines and forms it according to his or her own will, which is why it can be fundamentally different to the real, innermost, spiritual nature. But just as the innermost nature of the spirit form and the innermost inner nature of the consciousness of the personality exist, there is also the external nature, which, as the value of the word says, is expressed outwardly in the environment, whereby this external nature in turn does not have to be in harmony with the inner nature of the consciousness. The human being is an extremely gifted actor. Consequently, it is an easy thing for him or her to present himself or herself in a deceptive kind and wise, differently on the outside, to the way he or she is in his or her inner, consciousness-based nature, that is to say, personal nature. And there can be an utter discrepancy between how he or she is, in turn, in this nature, and the actual innermost creational nature of the spirit form, that is to say, of the spirit. It therefore follows from that these aspects must also be thoroughly considered in order to give them the necessary attention and to form the consciousness/personality-based inner nature accordingly. After which it also then must be expressed outwardly by means of the outer nature. Therefore, one's entire life must be tackled and be caused to evolve to higher values, which means, however, that many hurdles, very many hurdles, must be overcome, errors made and resolved, and successes and victories achieved, because a forward progress only thereby comes about. And precisely that is the reason why, along with endurance, firmness, and persistence, a healthy optimism is also needed. But precisely this term is a word which is unfortunately often wrongly understood and is related to human behavior for which no justification may be found. Optimism, in connection with this explanation, does not mean behavior which is, for example, typical of a harlequin or one who fools about, or of an extremely jolly person or a Pollyanna, a carefree person, one bursting with hope, one bursting with confidence, or an enthusiast, and so forth. In fact, that which is meant is that kind of optimistic behavior which enables a human being to see and acknowledge the clear truth, and, even in the rottenest situation, to realistically observe and consider the very worst, and nonetheless recognize the best, and direct his or her striving at that, in order to allow the good and evolutive things to become reality, and in order also for him or her to make them real, himself or herself. Thus an optimist is therefore no clown or other comical figure. Rather, he or she is a human being who, under the greatest pressure, remains consciously hopeful and happy, and who, in defiance of all blows, breakdowns, and deplorable states of affairs, and so forth, always retains the upper hand and the sense and the conviction for that which is good and that which is best, the best. Furthermore, optimism represents a quality which fascinates all human beings, and which every single human being would certainly like to call his or her own. And the human being for whom optimism is characteristic has, under the most unusual circumstances and situations, the power to not only form his or her life correctly, rather also to enchant it, and to not just allow it to appear better than it is, rather to also allow it to become better than before. Just the presence of a positive human being is a joy and a pleasure. Indeed, it is a blessing, for those others who have contact with him or her, and, indeed, in particular when this positive human being is additionally a pronounced optimist in his or her inner nature and outer nature. Does that not rouse every human being to become such an optimist? Page 222, Part 17. If the human being wants to progress, and therefore also evolve, it is not only absolutely necessary that he or she trusts his or her own potential, rather it is his or her inescapable obligation so that he or she is able to use his or her own power. In fact, it is namely the case that the human being must be strong in real and virtuous, neutral, positive, equalized form in order to be able to endure, to evolve, and to live, in the truthly sense of the word, in this world. If this absolutely necessary strength is not present, then failure is pre-programmed right down the line, because without this strength of life, there is no constancy in life and in evolution. Without all kinds of real strength of life, the human being is so beaten about by the winds of life that he or she lives a constant struggle for existence, which always threatens to crumble or shatter him or her. This may indeed be described somewhat starkly and darkly, but may each human being who reads these lines just recall everything to memory which has happened to him or her up until this point in his or her life, or which can still happen in the future, in terms of errors, mistakes, wrong actions, illnesses, pains, and frustrations, as well as accidents, losses, and disappointments of all kinds, just to name the most important things with which the human being must live. Just unemployment alone is able to bring so much hardship to one human being or another that he or she is broken by it, if he or she lacks the necessary strength of life. Every human being must learn to think and to use the might of the thoughts in order to cope with all things of life in a form which is really good, or indeed neutral, positive, equalized, and to benefit from them. The unvirtues and everything negative - harmful, or indeed of a form which is an Ausartung, and thereby destructive and annihilating, must be overcome in order to give that which is evolutive its appropriate space. One human being or other may have remained spared up until now from all or some of the terrible things, but at some time or another it will or can also affect him or her, if he or she does not trust his or her own potential or does not create it. And if there is actually no real inner resistance in such a moment, then the aggressive, terrible things simply bowl the human being over. Therefore, it is necessary to search for the source of the life power and to develop the power in order to have a reliable life potential upon which one can depend, therefore, in which one can completely trust. The source of life power, which must be created by oneself, lies in the consciousness, that is to say, in its thoughts, which must be formed, tended, and nurtured in such a way that they correspond to a progressive kind and wise, equipped with a zeal for life, an intention, an endeavor, an ideal, a good positive life zeal, which is volitionally and imaginatively striven for, to the point of realization by means of one's striving for that which is higher, and that which is evolutive, and by means of the might which is developed in the thoughts. This is in contrast to when tangled ideas confuse the thoughts and abruptly go from one extreme to another, whereby a misdirection of thoughts arises which triggers emotions and can even lead to murder and manslaughter. There is no room for rationality and virtue in these tangled, irrational, and basically wrong ideational thoughts, because only irrationality and virtuelessness govern in highly emotional forms, for which a truthfully setting of a zeal and an imagination of the realization of a zeal are foreign. In fact, only a following of ideas occurs, from which a setting of a zeal can never result in any wise, because just the idea alone is followed, without it being able to be made into an ideal. Therefore, a murderer or despot, for example, only pursues his or her unripe ideas, from which he or she is never able to make an ideal, that is to say, a healthy, positive determination, because he or she remains caught up on the idea and does not come free of it. But ideas are incompletely developed factors which must first be thoroughly contemplated and worked through in order to recognize and correspondingly handle the values or unvalues in them. Therefore, a normal, rational, and righteous human being, who is directed towards evolutive striving, considers and works on his or her ideas in order to gain from them values, and that which is progressive, and that which is higher. However, he or she is only able to do this because he or she has also created an evolutive attitude to which he or she conforms. But the unrighteous human being has created a devolutive attitude, whereby he or she panders to virtuelessness and to that which is unrighteous. But that means that in one case, just as in another, corresponding thoughts are nurtured which are directed in one way or another, and in every case come to fruition by means of their might. It thereby just depends on whether it is in righteousness or unrighteousness, and whether ideas are simply lived out or ideas are formed into ideals and are brought to fruition. With the whole process of thinking, the inner persistence is of particular significance, which is why it is absolutely necessary that it be created. The persistence, created by the consciousness, is actually an essential quality which must first be created by the human being, because it is not simply an innate capability, rather it is a factor which is connected with one's upbringing by one's parents or guardians, as well as with one's personal upbringing of oneself. However, the forms of character, morality, and personality thereby play just as important a role as does the quality of the strength of will, which emerges from all the named factors. From that it follows that in regard to inner persistence, there are two types of human beings. Thus, on the one side, those who have only weak powers of consciousness, and thereby also only have a weak inner persistence, or none at all. And on the other side, those who are full of inner persistence, because they use the powers of their consciousness, and, with that, also the powers of the thoughts, for the further education, for the learning, and for the creation of knowledge, and thereby have an evolutive effect in themselves. Those without persistence do not cope with anything in their lives, and they always remain small and weak, without initiative, and destructive in many things. Any criticism affects their most sensitive nerves, and problems and worries and so forth are life-impairing, insoluble factors, and factors which destroy them, which they are not able to control, and obstacles are hurdles which they are never able to overcome. Resistance of all kinds and hostile actions cause them to lose their composure, to enter a state of muddled thinking and of hopelessness. But in contrast to these are the human beings who have created a strong inner persistence and who in every regard stand with both feet on the hard ground of the real life. Indeed, criticism is also not pleasant for them, but they can deal with it and accept it in the understanding that they can learn from it. Consequently, for them, criticism is a factor of further progress. Therefore, they quite thoroughly think about every criticism which is made about them, or about their deeds and actions, and opinions, and what they say, and they carefully draw from that everything which they recognize to be useful and evolutive, and which could be useful for their searching and efforts towards that which is higher. However, that which is wrong in any criticism is picked out by them and simply set aside as a waste product, so that it can cause no harm. Therefore, they thus use each criticism for the progress, and indeed even when it does not exactly give cause for the joy. For human beings with healthy, positive, and progressive thoughts, problems and obstacles exist in order to challenge them, whereby hostile attitudes and all kinds of resistance never cause them to feel impaired in the creative and constructive activity of their thoughts, or in their resulting acts and deeds. And in this form, these human beings have an impressive effect on others, and inspire them to take them as models and to emulate them, because these model human beings are strong in their inner selves and emit a corresponding confidence, which affects the others, and indeed rightly so. But they also had to first laboriously achieve their strength and persistence, and only through great efforts did they achieve what they need and what is characteristic of them. But the effort always pays off, because to think and to act in a neutral, positive, equalized form, even in the worst times, is not only advantageous, rather it is a necessity of life. For that reason, every human being should look deeply into his or her own personality and recognize himself or herself in order to find any beginnings from which a volitional persistence can be achieved by means of the might of the thoughts, in order, as a result of this persistence, to allow, in a positive form, set zeal, intentions, imaginings, wishes, and other efforts to become ideals capable of being brought to fruition and which are sooner or later fulfilled. Everything is based on creational natural laws and recommendations, and therefore so is the human being's self-cognition and self-realization. But originating from these laws, it also emerges that the human being has been given an innate quality which consists of striving for that which is higher in order to be evolutive in all respects, thus also in regard to himself or herself. As a result of this fact, the cognizance arises that decisive factors must consequently be implanted in the human being's consciousness, which enable him or her to volitionally develop consciousness-based powers, which, for example, are expressed in perseverance and persistence, or in other values. And precisely all these powers are greater and are more enormous than the human being normally imagines. However, one must recognize the corresponding factors and develop the powers, which are then realized by means of the might of the thoughts. And if the human being actually trains the consciousness-based mental muscles, then nothing is impossible for him or her anymore. However, if he or she lets them slacken, then the whole human being becomes slack, which is called forth by the might of the thoughts, which expand the slackness by means of ideas and gives full expression to it, because no neutral positive equalized ideal can be created from that. Therefore, perseverance and persistence must be developed and activated in order to then set life-Ziele, which are pursued and fulfilled with perseverance and persistence with the help of the might of the thoughts, which are directed at striving for those Ziele. Only the human being who is untiring and is persistent and approaches every single matter in his or her entire life in this form can successfully recognize and fulfill himself or herself, develop himself or herself in knowledge, truth, and wisdom, and reach higher consciousness-based and material levels, whereby consciousness-based wealth and spiritual wealth increase, just as does material wealth. To that end, the human being must imprint this truth into his or her consciousness. Success can only be achieved where the necessary perseverance and persistence exist, through which the might of the thoughts forms. That there are unfortunately meanwhile also human beings who misuse their thoughts, and in this form give full expression to pure ideas, and fall prey to affliction and misery as well as weaknesses and illness, has nothing to do with perseverance and persistence, rather solely with a senseless rotation of thoughts around some sorts of nonsensical ideas, which are then realized as a result of the endless rotation of the thoughts, because also these develop might, however they cause harm with it, whereby not just the psyche, rather one's whole life can be destroyed. In ancient times, Enoch already coined the saying, quote, "When a matter requires perseverance and persistence, then those with perseverance and persistence must take on the work, because those without persistence and those who are yielding destroy the values of the thing and lead a matter into annihilation." How right he indeed was with that, and how necessary it is that all those human beings who have not yet worked out the way and the sense of the life, as well as the perseverance and persistence, and consequently do not yet know how to control and use the might of their thoughts in the form required by life's setting of Ziele and their realization, make Enoch's saying their own and learn from it. The world and the life are not enriched with all kinds of problems, obstacles, and difficulties for no reason, because they are actually there, so that the human being learns from them and produces strong qualities from them. Were that not the case, then all of the life would be one big joke, because from what should the human being learn, if not from problems, obstacles, and difficulties, and so forth? Were namely everything in the human being's life pure sunshine, there would be no contentious elements about which it would be necessary to contemplate. Therefore, there would also be no errors which the human being would have to make, recognize, and resolve. Once again, a joke, which in no way is so funny, because if no errors are made any more, then knowledge and wisdom have become so incredibly absolutely fully developed that no evolution at all is necessary anymore. Indeed, what nonsensical person wants to claim of the human being that he or she is absolutely fully developed and would no longer require any progress? Such a notion would certainly be the absolute crown of complete megalomania, Consequently, it therefore certainly must not be considered at all. In order to fulfill the life, there need to be strong human beings who control themselves in every regard, who cope so well with the life and all its problems, obstacles, and difficulties that they can also exist as individual Wesen in the mass of humanity. But that means being really strong and always overcoming everything in the context of adequately fulfilling evolution. Therefore, a potential of inner perseverance and persistence, as well as power of resistance, must be developed and integrated into the might of the thoughts, so that the created ideal can be realized by means of these thoughts. The ability to strive for progress is creationally/naturally given to the human being. And because of this ability, he or she is able, by means of the power of his or her consciousness and thoughts, to make him or herself strong in all those things and values which are necessary for any form of the evolution. And he or she, in fact, has everything in himself or herself in order to lead himself or herself, and make himself or herself strong, and in order to overcome every weakness. This is a fact which the human being must make clear to himself or herself until the consciousness acknowledges and accepts this affirmation as fact, in order to create a secure, firm basis with it, and make clear that all the human being's abilities, activities, and capabilities actually lie in himself or herself, in his or her consciousness, and in the resulting thoughts, through the might of which everything finally manifests, and indeed both in the inner consciousness-based and inner nature-based form, as well as in the outer realm, where one's nature is put on show, and in the purely material realm. And once the consciousness accepts the affirmation and assurance of its own power and might, everything also establishes itself in the subconsciousness, and ultimately becomes the determining characteristic of the personality. The subconsciousness also plays an important role in the process of the personality, because it absorbs as its own and represents everything which is procured for it by the consciousness. Therefore also all the facts of all kinds of the personality, which are then registered by the subconsciousness, emitted again in a way which forms one's nature, and are taken up by the consciousness and the thoughts, and are expressed. It is completely erroneous to assume, as hack writers of so-called positive books always claim, that strength, perseverance, and persistence, as well as other similar factors, are simply given to the human being as a gift from, quote, God, who knew in wise foresight what the human being would require. One must say that this is all nonsense, because the human being neither has these capabilities at his or her disposal from birth, nor can they be given to him or her by a god, because such a god is only a human title bearer, and has no kind of possibilities and capabilities at his disposal in order to be active in the creational sense, as religions delusionally and erroneously claim of their gods. Thus, if powers and capabilities exist in the human being, then he or she must have worked hard to acquire these himself or herself, and often as a result of many deprivations, as well as with a considerable number of errors and setbacks, and so forth. Creationally/naturally, he or she is only equipped with multi-layered striving for evolution and all that which is higher, with a striving which contains all possible developable areas of all achievable capabilities. Thus, the capabilities themselves do not exist, even if that is always so simply said. Rather, only the impulses are present, which trigger all the capabilities when the human being seriously makes an effort to develop them. And only when the capabilities are developed in their powers can the human being call them his or her own and say that he or she actually has them at his or her disposal. And indeed, even when he or she is not conscious of their entire power, because as a rule he or she always knows and uses only a small part of them. However, the greater his or her conscious utilization of them, the more knowledgeable the human being becomes about his or her real inner powers and true personality. Once the human being has developed the powers and capabilities, and once their essential concept has established itself in his or her pattern of thought, then he or she is master of the situation and is able to creatively and constructively study all occurring matters of every kind. And once the powers and capabilities have flourished to the relative highest level, then nothing is able to bring about a breakdown anymore, regardless of how critical, confused, and difficult the situation may be. However, the prerequisite is always that the powers and capabilities are maintained and are not neglected again and disregarded as a result of some circumstance or other, whereby a reduction of their power or even their destruction can be the result. However, this applies less and less the more the human being entirely and completely consciously dedicates himself or herself to his or her powers and capabilities and tends and nourishes them, as well as uses them, and thereby brings to fruition the setting of a zeal for the life, and so forth. And the more intensively the human being knows about his or her powers and capabilities in his or her inner self, and is conscious that he or she in fact has them at his or her disposal and can use and realize them at any time at will by means of the power of his or her thoughts, the more he or she copes with every situation which approaches him or her, and with all circumstances of the life, and so forth. In the beginning it may still be the case that a certain tension and nervousness appear, but by and by calmness and confidence come about, whereby finally all situations and all other occurrences are dealt with, and the powers and capabilities, as well as the successes and progresses, are no longer in question. Page 236, Part 18. For every human being, a great inner power is necessary in order to cope with defeats. But to be strong and to cope with things does not mean simply a muddling along in the false hope that perhaps everything will indeed come good as a result of one's own power. In fact, in order to cope with defeats and the like, one needs the knowledge that the inner power is really so great that everything can be overcome. However, this power is not simply given, as has already been explained. Rather, one must acquire it with great effort, and it is associated with the entire education of one's own personality, which must, in the depths of one's consciousness, first likewise be laboriously achieved over the course of many years. This or that human being learns much right from the start, but others have to first have living practical experiences during their later years of life and gain cognitions and knowledge which enables them to carry out a life-affirming and evolutive change to the positive, the good, and the right. With one human being this change can be dramatic and quite extreme. With another, everything may seem effortless. but what is actually necessary for such a change. It is actually sufficient to know that one is absolutely in a position, at any time, to carry out every desired change, if the guidelines are followed, and the necessary powers are created and mobilized, and if all other prerequisites are satisfied. From this knowledge the human being is able to build, from ideas, ideals, wishes, imaginations, intentions, and the purest setting of Ziele of the life, and so forth, which he or she mentally forms, tends, and nurtures, and thereby allows to become the might, by means of which the thoughts are brought to fruition. If a human being's life is especially hard, harder than is generally demanded by the kind of life he or she leads, then he or she should really honestly ask himself or herself what is the matter with him or her, what is not right in his or her inner self, and where exactly and what kind the actual problem is. Very often the human being himself or herself makes his or her life difficult, oppressive, disadvantageous, and barely endurable. But as a rule, the error pertaining to that is not searched for in oneself, rather it is pushed onto other human beings, or the social conditions beyond one's own control are simply held responsible for it and are declared to be to blame. However, as a rule, the actual problems do not actually lie beyond the individual's control, rather they lie in the individual himself or herself. And exactly that is the crucial point which makes it obvious that the necessary solutions also lie in the individual. If a failure emerges in some form, regardless of whether it is in the area pertaining to the consciousness and thoughts, in one's character, in one's morality, or in one's mood, whether in one's external behavior and in one's presentation of oneself, or in some sort of life situations and in the environment, and so on and so forth, it can be recognized with exact consideration and investigation practically always, or at least in most cases, that everything leads back to a dominating negative kind of thought pattern, as well as to the presence of elements of failure in one's own personality. Such elements of failure eat into the thoughts and determine their negative form, whereby, in the consciousness, the knowledge about one's own inner power is displaced and is destroyed, and makes room for a pure belief, which also very quickly manifests unconsciously and operates automatically. And this belief is then built upon the destructive idea that one's own ability to be successful is lacking or has been choked. Therefore, it is all the more important for every human being to always be clear and conscious and know that he or she becomes, or is, exactly that which the image of his or her consciousness produces, because everything is brought to fruition by means of the might of the resulting thoughts. But what is to be done now in the case in which, in one's own consciousness, one's own capabilities for being successful are doubted? The solution to that is actually simple, because, in fact, the image of the consciousness must only be turned around, so that a reverse picture, so to speak, comes about. But even when that is easily said, it is not so easily done, nor brought into effect. As a rule, a considerable re-education is connected with that, by means of which character and morality, as well as the whole personality, must be transformed. And precisely that is not always easy, because often a great many alterations are necessary regarding this. Creative and constructive achievement is therefore not easy, but also not impossible when the required cognitions, lived practical experiences, and the knowledge which is associated with it are achieved, and from that the capabilities which are set up by impulses are created. Now, that perhaps appears worse than it really is, but basically the whole process is relatively simple. First of all, the thinking must be corrected, which happens by means of the power of the consciousness which creates the will to correct the thoughts. That can be somewhat hard in the beginning and demand quite some effort, but it is not impossible. Thereby, it must simply be seen that human habits, such as the maintenance of wrong thoughts and views, and so forth, leave behind deep grooves in the consciousness which must be slowly repaired again and be made to disappear. Negative, bad, unhealthy, and wrong tendencies thereby naturally protest wildly. Consequently, a reorientation is therefore not only connected with many efforts, rather also with many errors, disagreeable circumstances and defeats, and so forth. Normally, in such situations, the human being allows himself or herself to be easily defeated by all the negative influences, but that only happens because he or she has lied to himself or herself for a long time, as far as his or her consciousness is concerned, often for years or decades, and has caused himself or herself to fail. Therefore, in such a situation, the human being must first confront himself or herself, namely, his or her personality and consciousness, which must be told that, from now on, new, healthy, positive, and progressive thoughts shall and will take possession of him or her and create their might. But along with that also belongs the vital knowledge and that success is actually achievable and is also reached. The old, unhealthy, and negative thought patterns are only thereby able to dissolve, in order to then ultimately disappear and lose their control. No patterns of thought and no ideas are allowed to control the intelligence. Rather, the human being must hold his or her thoughts and intelligence under control with his or her consciousness, because rational ideals and setting of Ziele and so forth can only be created and realized in that way, and, indeed, by means of the might of the thoughts, which is steered by the consciousness. The secret to being strong lies in the dynamic, motivating powers of the thoughts and the powers of actual knowledge. But how are these powers to be developed? How does the human being attain the characteristic of possessing that, in order to in fact cope with the environment as well as with the life, all problems and with all situations? Praying and belief do not help here at all, and to wait for, quote, God, Jesus, or some sort of saint and so forth to bring help is not only completely senseless, rather it is absolutely without prospect, because help has never come from them before and is never given by them, because how could saints who are imaginary or are simply named saints by human beings do miracles or even just bring simple help? The fact is that the human being must always help himself or herself in every regard, because he or she also bears the responsibility himself or herself in every regard for everything and anything, and must fulfill all obligations in accordance with the creational natural laws and recommendations himself or herself. Hence, the validity of the saying, which already existed in ancient times, quote, God helps those who help themselves. A completely justified saying, because no God exists other than the human being himself or herself, quite in accordance with the fact that the designation, quote, God, is only a title thought up by human beings 4 human beings who are considered to be kings of wisdom. Dash IHWH equals Ishwish. And once the human being recognizes and acknowledges this fact, then he or she really also becomes conscious of his or her own responsibility, which, on one hand, he or she bears and must follow for himself or herself, and on the other hand, also for all life, and thereby also for his or her fellow human beings. And this cognition leads to the fact that if he or she is confronted with difficulties, he or she counters them in the full knowledge that he or she alone is responsible for overcoming them. His or her knowledge about the whole truth and his or her obligation, which he or she is fulfilling in regard to the responsibility, become his or her way that he or she will take under all, still so adverse, circumstances, even when it is covered with stones and other obstacles and is hemmed by thorns. A healthy, neutral, positive, equalized, and good thought principle is absolutely necessary not only in all difficult situations of the life, rather in the whole of the life, and in regard to one's conscious evolution. Consequently, one's consciousness must be tended and nourished in this form so that the thoughts are created in harmony with that, and the thoughts must then also control intelligence and rationality, which are responsible for ensuring that every single thing, every single concern, every single demand and imagination, every wish, every intention, every ideal, and every effort, and so forth, is expressed in a healthy, pure, and neutral, positive, equalized kind, and is brought to fruition by means of the might of the thoughts. And the fact is, were a human being to begin, already from childhood, to build up a consciously healthy, pure, right, and positive pattern of thoughts, then he or she would be as good as immune from all the defeats and adverse circumstances which happen to him or her in life, and from all the hostile situations and circumstances and so forth which attack him or her. He or she would thereby have an almost unshakable power for his or her entire life. However, that is unfortunately not the case with most human beings, because as a result of the deficient education on the part of the parents or guardians, and because of their resulting and likewise defective self-education, they are not able to create any such ideal world in their thoughts. Consequently, they must simply fail, in large part, right down the line. But if, in cognition of that which is better, then one day want to call an ideal of world of thoughts their own, then they must first achieve this extraordinarily laboriously and with deprivation, which, however, is many times more difficult for them if they had already learnt it as children. How the human being sees things, and the attitude that he or she takes on, as well as the way he or she is inclined to think, determines whether his or her inner nature lives in darkness and obscureness or in light and radiation. Also determined by those things are love and hate, as well as joy and sorrow, and the entire palette of feelings, which, as the reflection of the thoughts and their might, form and determine the state of the psyche. For a positive developmental change, many human beings need a therapy which goes deeper, which requires a healing deep within the structure of the personality. This is no more and no less than a fundamental, radical developmental change, which is especially required when, over the course of many years, an inner structure of failure in the form of tensions and conflicts and so forth, which were never overcome, has been built up, which is expressed in the most varied reactions, and often leads to the defeatism, thus to a state which leads to the defeats, to the destruction and annihilation, and indeed as a result of the conviction that there is no prospect of success and victory. This state is connected with a tendency for giving up coming to the fore. But also, all these terrible things can be removed when the correct steps against them are taken. The motto for this is, quote, "Never lose heart, take responsibility for yourself." Because as a result of bearing responsibility for oneself, one's feeling of self-worth increases, and from this develop wishes and efforts to make ever more of oneself and to climb to evolutively higher levels. Once the human being has managed to bring himself or herself to the point of bearing and fulfilling responsibility for himself or herself, and once he or she has become creative and constructive, then his or her positive attitude and dealings quickly and increasingly climb, whereby uncreative, destructive, and negative things of all kinds increasingly level out. But here the question is, what is actually to be understood by, quote, negative and positive, or, quote, creative and uncreative, as well as, quote, constructive and destructive? Negative essentially means negating, and positive means affirming. Creative can be identified with the value creational, and uncreative with uncreational. Constructive means joining together and building up, and destructive means demolishing and destroying. But in the psychological and human evolutive sense, very much more is contained in these values, as are more profound elements. By way of explanation, one can simply begin with the negative and the positive, next to which are the creative and uncreative, as well as the constructive and destructive can be lined up. Thus, essentially, only the negative and positive must be considered more precisely and put under the magnifying glass. Page 244. Negative and positive are two factors which are inseparably connected with each other. Consequently, there is therefore neither a negative without positive, nor a positive without negative, which also goes for general physics, and is therefore not just limited to the human being's psychology or consciousness-based evolution and so forth. Just as electrical current demonstrates plus and minus, that is to say, negative and positive, the entirety of the matters of the life and the universe is also built upon the constantly cooperating factors of positive and negative. If one takes the human being's work as an example of this, then the factors negative and positive can be easily explained if, among other things, the amount of work which a human being manages to achieve is considered. The amount of work achieved is just as positive and creative as it is constructive, because a body of work is completed as a result of which something is creationally constructed or built, and so forth. But also, in contrast to that, the negative aspect is that, as a result of the work done by the body, its strengths are used and become weaker, while the consciousness-based powers of concentration diminish and the exactness of the execution of work becomes inadequate and therefore destructive, because even the creational, which is contained in one's concentration, slowly diminishes. Therefore one is dependent upon the other. Thus the negative depends on the positive, and vice versa. Thus in the mentioned case, the positive, therefore the amount of work, provokes the negative, being the body's powers, while the negative, the powers of the body and consciousness, provokes the positive, the amount of work, and so forth. Negative and positive are two powers which belong together and always work together and never allow themselves to be separated, because one is dependent upon the other. However, if the human being nevertheless has the audacity to separate the two factors, then an Ausartung inevitably results on one side or the other. As a consequence of this, positive or negative Ausartungen therefore arise, exactly according to which factor the human being turns towards, the negative or the positive. If the human being does not use both powers and only turns towards one of the two factors, then in this he or she falls badly out of the control of the good human nature. That is why neutral, positive, equalized thinking means that both the negative as well as the positive must be included in the thought patterns and must be tended and nurtured, however, in an equalized kind and wise, just as the term expresses it. If an idea arises in the consciousness, then this contains both negative as well as positive factors, which must be most thoroughly considered in order to create from it an ideal, an imagination, a wish, an intention, an endeavor, and therefore a Ziel. However, then contained in those is again also a negative and a positive, which together form a oneness, and together thereby lead to the fulfillment of the Ziel. The negative in the desired ideal which is to be fulfilled is, among other things, the error which must be made on the way of the striving toward the Ziel. The positive, on the other hand, is the recognition and resolution of the error, and so forth. Negative is not just negative, and positive is not just positive, because both embody factors which are evolutively necessary and may never be separated from each other, as the human being in his or her false knowledge and wrong views and so forth tends to do. If everything is to therefore go the creational natural way, then both the positive as well as the negative must be maintained, because only thereby can equalized values and successes be created. To think solely in one form or the other, solely negative or solely positive, creates a wrong understanding of the facts and consequently creates wrong, irrational thoughts, which in turn create irrational feelings and also influence the psyche in this form. Thus, a purely negatively thinking human being can become a grouch or a murderer or a despot and so forth, while a purely positive thinking human being is no longer able to recognize the difference between good and bad and only sees everything through rose-colored glasses, whereby he or she is well and truly exploited and abused and deceived and so forth. The possibilities, due to a negative or positive Ausartung of the thoughts, for misconceiving reality and for behaving wrongly, and for the destructive living out of uncontrolled ideas which have not been created into ideals, are so manifold that they can barely be contemplated. A human being's purely negative thinking shows many factors which are brought to fruition by means of the might of thoughts, as unhealthy products which are expressed, for example, as guilty feelings, as hate, uncontrolled pressure, as disdain for human beings, as criminality, indifference towards life, and as cowardice and so forth. If the human being wants to free himself or herself from that, then he or she must recognize these facts and create a conscious knowledge about them in order to become consciously comprehending concerning his or her actual difficulties in this regard, difficulties which burden him or her, and from which he or she wants to free himself or herself. He or she must consciously live the knowledge which is obtained in regard to this, in order to actually understand it in purely rational values, whereby he or she can first create the ability to create a conscious will in order to fight the terrible things. A deep view into one's own inner self also provides the human being with a deep view into his or her basic difficulties, which must be changed and resolved. Hidden in the basic difficulties are errors and terrible things which not only cause harm pertaining to behavior, the consciousness and feelings, as well as psychical and material harm, rather they also manifest as all-pervasive weaknesses. The individual errors and terrible things are thereby only manifestations of a big, hard, and complex hidden lump, that is to say, center, which is deeply embedded in the consciousness, and from which the individual weakness is dispatched. Therefore, in this lump, that is to say, center, of the consciousness, exist all the basic difficulties, errors, and terrible things which the human being himself or herself has innately created, and continues to create in large amounts, if he or she does not change his or her ways. Altogether, the errors and terrible things form a miteful, complex factor, which, however, is divided up into units in the form of the thoughts and actions, and so forth. That means that the errors and terrible things never appear in complex form, rather only in parts of their entirety. If, for example, a complex error consists of 1,000 sub-errors, that is to say, single errors, as was already outlined in earlier explanations, then of those, only one or a few of them appear at the same time. If errors pertaining to the consciousness are made, that is to say, pertaining to the thoughts or actions, and so forth. This also applies to complex blocks of terrible things of all kinds, to which also habits, and so forth, belong. Basically, at birth, the human being has no errors, bad characteristics, and bad habits, and so forth, because, truthfully, he or she first acquires all these things in the course of his or her life. Basically, the creational natural laws determine that every single individual life form, whereby the human being is first and foremost addressed, has an absolute right to the absolute intactness of his or her consciousness, psyche, and body, and so forth, when he or she enters the material life through birth. It is only through the fault of the human being that this law of intactness is given no heed in any regard, for which reason offspring can again and again be born with all kinds of consciousness-based and physical damage and handicaps, even though the possibility of a termination of the fruit, that is to say, an artificial abortion, would exist if some kind of damage to the fetus is detected early on. However, this is only really possible at the fetal stage, given the present state of development of terrestrial medical science. It is still not possible during the embryonic period, but this will change in the distant future, after which prenatal damage will also be able to be detected earlier, and precisely during the organogenesis, during the embryonic period. Carrying out an artificial abortion is right according to creational law when significant reasons for it present themselves, one of which is that which relates to the absolute creational law of intactness, according to which every life form at birth has the right to complete healthiness in every regard. If the central complexes of errors and terrible things of all kinds are broken down in the consciousness so that they flow out and are quite consciously changed for the better in a controlled manner by the human being, then they disappear just as quickly as the conscious efforts concerning them occur. One's thinking and actions improve quickly and noticeably, so that that which negates, that which is negative and destructive in the thoughts and actions, slowly becomes positive. The might of the thoughts thereby increases, as a result of which consciously formed neutral, positive, equalized acts and deeds then come about. Once the complex lump of errors and terrible things is broken up, and once the thoughts are knowingly tended and nurtured in a healthy, evolutive, neutral, positive, equalized form, then all the refuse, in terms of errors and all terrible things, floats away from it and dissolves in the waters of life, such that the errors and terrible things become completely ineffective and undangerous. However, this happens solely by means of the might of the thoughts, if they are correctly motivated and are steered in healthy, neutral, positive, equalized forms, out of which they then also come to fruition. And the human being is in fact able to develop the might of his or her thoughts and guide them in order to use them absolutely consciously in the desired, kind, and wise, according to his or her own imaginations, intentions, wishes, ideals, and efforts. The human being is truly able to develop and bring forth might in order to, in every good, healthy, positive, and fair form, create everything with it which he or she needs for life and his or her conscious evolution, and in order to, in fact, also cope with life consciously and righteously. If the human being creates a righteous might of his or her thoughts, if he or she becomes an optimist and nurtures his or her consciousness in deep respect for life, in order to also be evolutive in conscious thought patterns, in order to deal with everything in a neutral, positive, equalized, kind, and wise, then he or she confronts all life's crises and challenges creatively and constructively, in order to not only always make the best of them, rather to make the very best of them, in order to maintain himself or herself progressively in every respect of his or her life, and to let the might of his or her thoughts become ever mightier and more effective in regard to the evolution in every conceivable regard. Optimism is a state of the consciousness which is not simply given to the human being at birth. Rather, it must be achieved with great effort through the forming of one's personality and life philosophy. On the way of the achievement of optimism, there are many kinds of important points to keep in mind and to satisfy, without which an optimism cannot come about. But what essentially is to be understood by this term? For an understanding of it, let us quote Johannes Hofmeister, who in his work, quote, Wörterbuch der philosophischen Begriffe, writes the following, quote, optimism, new term from the Latin, quote, optimum, that which is best. Since the 18th century, generally those who are cheery are confident even in bad situations with everything as it is and as it comes, who are content viewing everything from the best side, prevailing mood of seeing things in a favorable light. In the terms of the language of philosophy, it is the teaching that the world is the best of all possible worlds, the belief that the historical events are a progressing realization of the ethical ideals, of the good and rational. According to Nietzsche, optimism is, quote, a sign of decline. He begins with Socrates' with theology and the belief in the God, in the knowledgeable, good human being, but with this, only one form of optimism is meant, the non-artistic, non-tragic, rationalistic. Nietzsche always castigated the usual quarrel between optimism and pessimism as the, quote, quarrel of clerics and numbskull prattle. quote, best world, quote, the fable of the bees. Once optimism is mentioned, then it is inevitable that also pessimism is spoken of, about which Johannes Hofmeister explains the following in the same work. Quote, pessimism, new term, from the Latin pessium, quote, the worst, the view according to which life and the world is controlled by the bad and evil. It can be a mood, rooted in disturbances and defects of the body and soul, or note, psyche. It can also harden into the philosophical teaching. It can remain limited to individuals, but also grip entire generations and become the, quote, expression of the sickness of an era. Pessimism forms the basic characteristic of all religions of salvation, especially of Buddhism, arises in the Greek Orphism, mysticism, and fate tragedy. In Christianity, it is connected with motifs of the Old Testament, quote, all is vanity, for the purpose of devaluation of the terrestrial existence, parentheses, world as the, quote, veil of tears, and is especially sharply characterized by individual Gnostics, for example, by Marcion, for whom this world is no creation of God, rather that of the devil. Schopenhauer gave a comprehensive substantiation for pessimism. He labeled the optimism of Leibniz and Hegel, with the alleged teaching that everything real is rational, as a, quote, wicked way of thinking, by referring to how all living beings are only able to maintain themselves in this world by feeding on each other. He was followed by E. von Hartmann with the opinion that even God suffers from a blind, will-driven world development totally devoid of any glint of rational intelligence. Nietzsche replaced this hitherto existing pessimism with a, quote, pessimism of strength. Furthermore, in regard to the achievement and maintenance of optimism, it is important to say the following. Number 1. It requires a special strength of consciousness, intelligence, and rationality to live in the current terrestrial world and within the gigantic mass of Earth humanity. And only he or she who acquires this strength and develops the necessary perseverance and persistence and makes them his or her own is able to create a decisive optimism from that, in which also steadfastness and endurance are anchored, as well as the will to make himself or herself even better, and the will to progress and to obtain that which is higher. Number 2. If the life and its circumstances become tough and difficult, then such a life and its circumstances must be consciously accepted and most thoroughly contemplated and processed in order to learn from it and to gain substantial knowledge, by means of which the tough and difficult circumstances and so forth are overcome and neutralized in order to thereby gain a neutral positive equalization. Number 3. The effective facts must be constantly seen and recognized in order to avoid wrong impressions and wrong attitudes, as well as wrong views and so forth, which very quickly lead to the pessimism. Number 4. All things, circumstances, occurrences, experiences, and events of all kinds must constantly be seen and understood as such, whereby a personification relating to oneself must never result. That means that the things, circumstances, occurrences, and experiences, as well as events and so forth, must in and of themselves, in every case, be seen and understood as such, and indeed in such a way that they do not become personally burdening. Rather, for the consciousness, they always remain capable of being processed with the thoughts and impersonal. Number 5. There is no human being into whom some imaginary God has built power, because if the human being wants to have such power at his or her disposal, then he himself or she herself must in every regard achieve this with great effort. This inner power and might pertaining to the consciousness and thoughts must then, if benefit is to be gained from them and arise from them, be constantly trained, as is usually also done, with the physical muscles, if they are to be developed. And it is only when the inner power and might are trained that the human being is able to thereby bring things, wishes, intentions, ideals, and imaginations, and so forth, to fruition, as a result of which he or she can develop and be creatively and constructively, as well as progressively active in his or her inner self or in the external material realms. Number 6. If a human being is still not an optimist to the greatest extent, then, in regard to his or her consciousness, he or she must more or less thoroughly change, so that he or she can develop a real inner power by means of which his or her neutral, positive, equalized thoughts can mightfully realize everything which is evolutively tackled and undertaken. Real inner power and the might of the thoughts form a oneness through which the spiritual creational powers can be tapped and evolutively used in order to realize everything which is created from ideas into healthy positive ideals in order to obtain that which is higher. Number 7. To achieve optimism means that the mental self-image must be changed, and indeed by means of an effective and applicable self-cognition, which in turn has to be followed by a realization of self. Through self-knowledge, one's own possibility for the development of strength must be recognized in order to then actually also build up the inner consciousness-based strength by means of an inner self-realization. This strength must then be anchored in the consciousness as a positive concept so that it is always present as effective knowledge and positively influences the thoughts in this form, whereby the positive might of the thoughts develops. Number 8. All efforts must be practiced until they are mastered. Once this state is reached, then the efforts must continue to be maintained and practiced, tended, and nurtured, because only thereby can all really realizable things allow themselves to be translated into action and be brought to fruition, and only thereby can optimism be preserved. Number 9. Optimism and conscious evolution demand a neutral, positive, equalized, progressive, creative, and constructive thinking, regardless of how dark and negative things are or appear, and how much they constitute or appear to constitute setbacks. One's outlook and consciousness, together with its thoughts, must always be directed in a forwards direction and towards that which is higher, whereby also all the possibilities for progress must be seen, recognized, and striven for. Number 10. The human being must always comprehensively know that solely by means of his or her own power and help, he or she can confront all difficulties of the life, full of courage and readiness for success, and can overcome everything solely by means of the might of the thoughts, if they correspond to a right and evolutive and positive pattern of thoughts. Page 260, Part 19. No human being ever needs to be anxious in his or her life about anyone or anything. Consequently, therefore, no human being has to go through life trembling, shaking, and racked with anxieties. Anxiety is nothing more and nothing less than a product of uncertainty about something unknown. But something unknown is not worth being anxious about. Rather, it is worth getting to the bottom of, whereby the truth concerning the unknown is uncovered and recognized. And once the truth pertaining to the unknown has come to light, then it can also be understood and evaluated, whereby cognition gains ground and reveals that there is no need for anxiety when a fact is recognized in all its values. Therefore, it is necessary to recognize and comprehend the truth that no kind of anxiety at all needs to arise when the human being confronts his or her fellow human beings and all the things which he or she encounters and observes, and considers them with open eyes and senses, and thus sees how they actually are. This is the most important point to do with gaining control of one's anxiety, for which reason it must be imprinted into one's memory so that, time after time, it gets into one's thoughts when it is required. One must then work in this kind to overcome the anxiety and to control it, instead of allowing it to control oneself. But overcoming anxiety and controlling it only happens via the intellect, from which the relevant rational steps are taken in the previously mentioned form, being the recognition of the actual facts pertaining to the unknown. And once the anxiety is overcome in this wise and is dissolved, the consciousness and its attitude also thereby change, whereby the thoughts also inevitably change and become more positive. But this change also takes place in the entire body, because as a result of the disappearance of the anxiety, there is a calming of the nerves, which were stirred up and stressed by the anxiety. Nerves created by the anxiety, and as a result of which the body becomes strained and tense. But anxiety also impairs the feelings, and thereby the psyche, whereby purely psychical harm, or also psychosomatic suffering, can appear, which cannot be healed with any medicine other than the might of the thoughts, when they are correctly ordered, and are tended and nurtured in a neutral, positive, equalized form. Anxieties can trigger immense conflicts, which can often only be calmed again and resolved with external psychotherapeutic help. However, for that, the human being's own inner power and the might of his or her thoughts is actually also required, without which no change for the better can be called forth. One must thereby search for the innermost peace which exists deep in the innermost creational nature of the human being. And this peace must be integrated into the inner nature which every human being must acquire himself or herself, and which must be fundamentally formed in accordance with the innermost creational nature. From this inner peace, many further values then arise, such as the inner power by means of which the consciousness is formed, through which the might of the thoughts then also arises, which must be brought to fruition when they are of a neutral, positive, equalized kind. Naturally, it cannot all be found and created at the first attempt, for which reason it all often comprises a long and frustrating search and task. But with sufficient striving, and with the necessary will, a way can quickly be found to allow the first successes to become reality. And once these have occurred, then the further efforts are very much easier, and lead to finally being able to actually resolve and overcome terrible things, which also applies to anxieties, which still cause their mischief in a hidden form. The truthly knowledge and the effective truth can never be replaced by a belief or by purely intellectual interpretations, because the creational truth and the creational natural laws and recommendations are based on purely spiritual values, and therefore not on empty religious phrases and godliness. Trust in, quote, God, and wrong convictions of the same direction, or on pure intellectualism. Utilizing and advocating religious teachings and so forth is therefore absolutely inappropriate, because they only falsify the creational truth and the actual creational laws and recommendations of all spiritual values of creation. Problems thereby in turn arise for the human beings as individuals and in society, because, due to that which is false, all values of the truth and of the real life are suppressed and are steered into paths and interpretations which guide into the unreal, as a result of which the human being increasingly distances himself or herself from the effective creational truth. As a result of a belief, the human being creates a, quote, personal gospel, which he or she follows faithfully and in contempt of the truth, in the hope that one day, quote, God the Father, or, quote, Jesus Christ, and so forth, saves his or her soul from purgatory when the last judgment comes upon him or her. And therefore the human being who is overcome by the belief in a God and the like is of the erroneous opinion that this God is far superior to the human being's consciousness. The, quote, personal gospel thereby quickly changes to a, quote, social gospel, according to which the whole of humanity is dependent on a God and his beneficence or revenge, who therefore also bears the entire responsibility for the individual human being, just as he does for the entire mass of humanity. This is a belief which drives the human being, who is labile and unknowledgeable in terms of consciousness, intelligence, and rationality, as well as thoughts, into the delusion that he himself or she herself bears no kind of responsibility at all in relation to and for his or her entire life, as well as for his or her neighbor's life, because this is, quote, God's business alone. In his or her life, the human being who is unfree in himself or herself carries chains which he or she forged himself or herself, which not only bind him or her, rather they also build up anxiety in him or her link by link. However, the peculiar situation thereby arises whereby the human being simultaneously loves and hates his or her self-chosen imprisonment, and with that also his or her restrictive chains. And exactly this peculiar erroneous assumption of the consciousness explains, at least in part, why it is so difficult for every individual to free himself or herself from his or her anxieties through his or her own initiative, and to actually also be rid of them. But the possibility of getting rid of the anxieties actually exists for every human being. However, the way to the overcoming of anxiety is not easy to go along. But for every individual who is overcome by anxiety, it is worth going along the way and following it. And once the anxiety has disappeared, then the relief quickly becomes intense and overwhelming, indeed almost painful, but the consciousness and its thoughts quite quickly attune themselves to that and create a feeling of indescribable joy. The entire thing works as an extraordinary experience through which inferiority complexes and compulsive thoughts of failure are also annihilated. And if one contemplates this and considers one's fellow human beings, one suddenly recognizes that still many thousands and millions of human beings of a similar kind could be freed from their anxiety if they followed the same way of self-liberation, the way which consists of the simple formula of fathoming the unknown from which the anxiety emerges. As already explained, the normal method for liberation from anxiety is based on fathoming those factors of the unknown which are responsible for the anxiety. However, this fathoming and the resulting outcomes require a long and patient use of the laws of the consciousness. One of these laws is the practice of self-cognition and self-realization. And a further one of these laws is based on self-liberation, which must be used to such a degree that the human being frees himself or herself from all those negative-wrong ideas and habits and so forth which he or she consciously comprehends as a result of self-cognition. In contrast to that, all kinds of the consciously comprehended positive-right factors are to be emphasized and formed into values which can be realized by means of the might of the thoughts. To exercise self-cognition means to recognize one's inner nature, with all its values and unvalues, which every human being creates in himself or herself, and which must either be eradicated or consciously brought to fruition, depending on what kind they are. If the inner nature is formed according to the creational natural laws, then this happens in accord with the form of the creational model, indeed according to the innermost nature, which is creational. Therefore, the forming of the human being's inner and outer nature is in every regard his or her own duty and obligation, and indeed emerging from the creationally conditioned striving for that which is higher. And since the formation of the forms of the human being's own nature relating to the inner and the outer are his or her duty and obligation alone, it is inevitable that he himself or she herself is also able to develop the powers necessary for that, if he or she forms his or her inner nature according to his or her innermost creational nature, to which end it is only necessary to recognize and to follow the striving impulse of the individual factors of the creationally conditioned innermost nature. And in fact, the human being's entire life would be quite useless if he or she did not possess his or her creationally conditioned innermost nature, from which emerge all necessary impulses for the striving for evolution, by means of which he or she is not only able to form his or her inner and outer nature, rather also his or her character, morality, and entire personality, as well as his or her life. And the human being himself or herself is actually innately responsible in every regard for that, because there is no creator God or the like who would take this duty and obligation from the human being, or who could give him or her power and help in order to form and to fulfill all things of life, and all things pertaining to his or her own development. The significance and the sense of a Godhead is based in the human being himself or herself, because aside from himself or herself, there is no divinity who rules over him or her, or who is responsible for his or her very existence. Thus, the human being does not live and evolve by the grace of a creator God, rather solely and in every respect as a result of his or her own efforts. Naturally, the creational natural energy is thereby necessary in order to enliven the material body, so therefore the creational spirit form is necessary, which, however, has no relevance to a creator God. Rather, it is an energy of the impersonal and genderless universal consciousness. Anxiety does not exist in the creation energetic spirit form. Consequently, no anxiety impulses can reach the material consciousness or the inner nature from it. Therefore, if anxiety appears, then it is created in the consciousness and is given expression by the thoughts and feelings. This also applies to the anxiety regarding other human beings. The necessary factor which helps one to lose one's anxiety regarding other human beings concerns one exercising a neutral, positive, equalized, and realistic attitude in regard to the fellow human beings, in order to see and recognize them as they actually are. The factor of the unknown is thereby broken up and demystified, which results in the anxiety disappearing. Unfortunately, it is a sad fact that uncountable human beings have anxiety regarding others. Human beings with anxiety regarding their neighbor or fellow human beings are especially those who suffer from shyness, inhibitions, inferiority complexes, and so forth, or who are simply uneducated, unknowing, or are in some form backward or disadvantaged. Such suffering or disadvantages naturally lead to thoughts and feelings which are of a quite negative nature, and consequently, in this form, also influence the psyche and consciousness, such that factors arise from that which are confusing and have become inexplicable, which embody something unknown, which gives cause for the anxiety. Anxiety has nothing to do with fear, because fear is based upon things which are completely different from unknown factors. Fear namely arises as a result of the human being shrinking back from certain, and to him or her, known things, facts, events, and experiences, undertakings, acts, deeds, and thoughts, as well as feelings and manifold other elements and matters, because he or she is shy of, that is to say, fears, the arising or expected consequences, whereby it is to do with consequences which are known, or which can be foreseen. With fear, known factors therefore play a role, while with anxiety, the triggering factor is the unknown. To free oneself from anxiety means to behave in a neutral, positive, equalized way, and in the same form, to get to the bottom of the anxiety-creating unknown in order to recognize it in all its facts, whereby the anxiety dissolves, because the human being is not anxious about that which he or she really knows and understands. Only factors of the unknown trigger anxiety, because the human being does not know how to defend himself or herself against them. However, if he or she knows of a danger, or some other thing which brings harm, then normally he or she creates powers in himself or herself in order to counter the terrible things to an appropriate degree, and in order to protect himself or herself. He or she only does not do that when he or she is weak and labile. Consequently, he or she is then overcome by fear. Page 270, Part 20. The human being should never endeavor to impress himself or herself or others by means of his or her belief, or by means of his or her intellectual learnedness. Rather, he or she should do it by means of the effective truth of the spiritual knowledge. This namely contains the real truth of the creational natural laws and recommendations, and with that, the effective guidelines of life and of the evolution connected with it. May every human being therefore search for the real truth, and from this, bake a loaf of bread which is nourishment for himself or herself, as well as for his or her neighbor. In this sense, may he or she then break the bread into small, bite-sized pieces, so that he or she, and all his or her neighbors, who are the whole of humanity, can consume and digest them without effort. In this sense, the human being must learn to recognize himself or herself in his or her real, innermost, creationally given nature, in order to create from it the power from which his or her own inner nature must be created in accord with the creational pattern, so that the human being in fact becomes himself or herself. He or she is thereby able to combat and resolve his or her own affliction and that of his or her fellow human beings, and he or she recognizes what he or she really and truthfully does. Consequently, he or she no longer leads a life as if in a semi-conscious state. The human being thereby shows and reveals to himself or herself the way to the peace, to the real love, to the true freedom, to the understanding, to the power, and to the harmony and equalizedness. The price for that is the constant watchfulness and the conscious effort to always keep everything under control and tend and nurture it, because otherwise, with a slackening off, that which is negating and negative very quickly gains the upper hand again. This advice is great enough to be followed and to form one's life in a healthy, neutral, positive, equalized, and powerful way, but it is too great to be simple, which is why it is connected with an extraordinary amount of effort and affliction, and with the making of many errors, which the human being must take upon himself or herself if he or she wants to be knowingly evolutive, affirming of life, and powerful. It does not happen without effort, affliction, and making errors, but it all happens without compulsion, because that is in no kind and wise necessary for progress to that which is higher. Part 21. The human being must live with himself or herself in joy, love, peace, freedom, and harmony, because this is absolutely required in order to be able to practice, nurture, and maintain self-respect. However, an exercising of self-respect can truthfully only occur when it has previously been achieved, and therefore peace, love, joy, freedom, and harmony have been drawn in and have become important components of life. However, the whole thing has nothing to do with any exaggerated self-love, which is expressed in a selfish form. Real, healthy, and neutral, positive, equalized self-love emerges from the human being as a tendency toward a drive for self-preservation, whereby he or she is able to respect himself or herself and bring himself or herself to the fore when he or she lives, thinks, manages his or her life, and acts in the right wise. Therefore, nothing in this form of self-love is reprehensible, but that is actually only the case as long as it does not become an Ausartung in the form of selfishness. There are many human beings of whom it can be said that their, quote, I can be called everything other than underdeveloped, because they quite obviously like themselves very much and demonstrate these kinds of selfish forms. However, with the real, healthy, and neutral, positive, equalized self-love, all selfishness falls away. Consequently, it is not expressed in exaggerated form and as inflated self-admiration, rather solely as justified, respectful respect for oneself. And it is exactly in this form that the healthy, positive self-love becomes the mark of the personality which is aligned and equalized according to the creational laws. If the majority of human beings who exhibit a bombastic self-assuredness is put under the magnifying glass, then one recognizes the unpleasant truth that the self-assuredness which is put on show is often no more than just a limitless egoism which serves as camouflage for inferiority complexes and complete self-disdain. However, this kind is not instilled in the human being by the parents or guardians, because it actually has to do with a factor of self-education which is wrongly handled and leads to inner uncertainty, for which reason such human beings are counted among the most insecure of human beings. Their entire nature is only to do with a self-protection mechanism for whitewashing the deficit of actual knowledge, self-cognition, self-realization, and self-assuredness, and so forth. A method which certainly cannot be more wrong, because the human being unjustifiably thinks that he or she is great. But those who think that they are great are truthfully not independent. Rather, they are kowtowing and submissive, and they are behind and underdeveloped in their actual evolution and in being human. These human beings therefore only appear to live in great self-assuredness, and this is indeed the case even when they kid themselves and feign it to themselves and selfishly nurture this opinion, because inside they are truthfully at variance with themselves and do not like themselves. And exactly this fact is the cause for a large part of the pain with which these human beings afflict themselves and also others. The impression and the thoughts which the human being forms in regard to himself or herself are the key to the failure or success of his or her most secret or most public plans and wishes, because they are realized by means of the might of the thoughts. If the human being forms an inadequate picture of himself or herself, and if he or she nurtures insufficiently progressive thoughts, then he or she undervalues or disregards himself or herself. Consequently, he or she must correct himself or herself. This happens through an investigation of the innermost nature and a utilization of its creational characteristics to progressively form the inner nature of the consciousness. And the forming of the inner nature, that is to say, its new state, must then be held onto with the thoughts and be tended and nurtured so that everything is expressed externally through the outer nature by means of the might of the thoughts, and is translated into action. Therefore, that which the human being has become in his or her inner nature, and that which he or she desires, is tended and nurtured in his or her thoughts. Therefore, it means that, first of all, a developmental change of the inner nature must be carried out, after which the new state of the nature is then acknowledged as being present, and is considered to have come into existence. So the might of the thoughts can put the new values into practice externally. The thoughts must thereby be directed such that they include an imagination of how the new nature is to be given full expression, and how one is to behave, and so forth. And if this practice is constantly carried out, then everything also gets imprinted into the subconsciousness, which works in cooperation, so that finally everything becomes reality. The carrying out of a developmental change of one's own inner nature to that which is new and progressive is neither easy nor quick to effect. In fact, the human being's own imagination of himself or herself is very often limited in a quite rigid and wrong kind. Often, it is the case that he or she suggests a wrong idea to himself or herself and pursues this stiffly and inflexibly. The power of autosuggestion is thereby nothing other than the power of self-hypnosis, which comes about by means of the power of one's own thoughts, and thereby indeed by means of the might of the thoughts, whereby, as a rule, a belief is behind it, from which the significant thoughts are created. According to whether the thoughts are negative or positive, they then naturally have an effect and cause the belief to take effect. Thus, if the human being accepts an idea, regardless of whether it is negative or positive, and pursues it with his or her belief, or consciously evolutively, or even pathologically, automatically, unconsciously, then this has a self-suggestive, self-hypnotic effect. In particular, thoughts which are built upon a basis of belief have the wrong effect, that everything, whether it corresponds to the truth and that which is right or not, is championed and advocated without logical examination, without consideration and weighing it up, and is accepted as the given facts. In this way, the belief has an extraordinarily strong hypnotic effect and leads to the inconsiderateness, illogic, and to the fanaticism, as well as to the bondage. Thus, the belief is based in a wrong and negative thinking, and in the rejection and displacement of the reality, whereby every believer is restricted in the creation of new and progressive ideals, intentions, imaginations and wishes, and so forth, and becomes estranged from the real facts of life. Belief is therefore built up out of a negative thinking which is foreign to reality, and negates all self-responsibility in order to make a higher, godly Wesen responsible for everything and anything that concerns human life in its entirety and all events in the universe. But if the human being creates his or her inner nature quite consciously and volitionally according to the model of the innermost creational nature, then he or she thereby also creates the power and might to be master of his or her own life, himself or herself, and master of many things of the external, material environment, and so forth. He or she is thereby in a position to do and to achieve things that he or she would never have thought possible. And once he or she knows, values, and uses his or her own powers, which he or she develops, then his or her knowledge and ability transform into self-respect, which is honest and not overbearing, whereby he or she accepts himself or herself better in every respect and can deal with himself or herself better. Many human beings are not satisfied with that which they have. Many do not like their appearance and wish that they were bigger, smaller, fatter, or thinner, or that some body parts were differently formed or had a different dimension. Their self-confidence is weak and small, and they are shy. They shrink back and are full of self-doubt, whereby they finally become failures and they become insignificant. Plagued by constant inner conflicts, they senselessly squander their energies, which results in them losing their initiative, because they are denied greater and smaller successes, or indeed all successes, when, as an exception, they can pull themselves together for once in order to really do something. Deep in their inner selves, they become tired of themselves because they fail in all possible areas and do not manage to bring about any creativity and constructiveness. Gradually, they become characterized by awkwardness and clumsiness, and they do one stupid thing after another, and gradually increasingly arrive at the dangerous abyss of despair. They literally get on their own nerves and become bored with their insufficient, stupid, and illogical anti-life imagination of themselves. An escape from their destructive dilemma is impossible for them to make by themselves. Consequently, they do not, in the slightest, get in a position to ever have a, quote, holiday from their own ego in order to think clearly again. Innumerable human beings are so dried out and empty in themselves as a result of their absence of initiative that they are not, in any regard, able to bring about any creative, productive, and constructive values. And primarily it is exactly those human beings who cannot escape the fact of constant failure because in regard to themselves, they are paralyzed and without initiative, and they are unable to wrest an achievement from themselves. They therefore also lack the possibility of living with themselves in real peace, as well as in upbuilding love, freedom, and harmony. For them, all of these values only appear to emerge, and also only sporadically, only to quickly disappear again, leaving behind no lasting and germinating seeds. Naturally, now and then it is also difficult for the equalized human being to always maintain himself or herself, and always be content in an unclouded way, because again and again in the life there are actually things, situations, events, and experiences and so forth which are also difficult to cope with for equalized human beings. But they are the ones who do not allow themselves to be overcome by them, and who handle everything such that accomplishment, success, and progress arise from it. And when, now and then, strong human beings are impaired in their mood and their thoughts and actions by negative things, that is evidence, no more and no less, that also the equalized ones among human beings must always fight hard for their existence in life and for every little bit of progress and so forth, and that everything does not actually simply land in their laps as a result of fortune and foreordination, and that equalized human beings are also not immune from often serious things, has in no wise anything to do with an alleged, quote, inbuilt unsatisfaction in the human being, as positive hack writers who are unknowing and who misunderstand would have us believe. Rather, it is to do with the fact that also the equalized human beings, who live with themselves harmoniously in love, peace, and freedom, must incessantly further evolve and therefore constantly thereby learn. Therefore, the entire matter is not a factor of unsatisfaction in the form of a fundamental mechanism which has been put into human nature by an imaginary creator God, so that the human being does not become too satisfied and self-satisfied. The truth of the existence of human unsatisfaction namely lies elsewhere, and indeed in the human being himself or herself, who produces it through unfulfillable and unreal ideas, which he or she can never bring to full expression, and can also never develop into ideals capable of realization. Unsatisfaction is therefore devastating and destructive, and therefore in no wise such that a certain amount of it is absolutely necessary in order to reach a certain Ziel, as is claimed by erring religionists and hack writers of positive thinking texts. Unsatisfaction is unable to create any ideals or any balance of the personality. Consequently, neither progress nor success can arise from it. Unsatisfaction kills off all initiative for striving towards that which is higher, and lets the human being sink into brooding misery and into inactivity. Additionally, the human being always feels oversaturated on account of his or her thoughts which overburden him or her in this regard, and the resulting feelings of the same kind, as a result of which the psyche is also affected in the same wise. But once the consciousness is oversaturated in some form, as with unsatisfaction, the human being is not able to master his or her life, and not able to achieve anything in it, because as a result of the absence of creativity, absolutely no ideas at all can be created and developed into realizable ideals, intentions, wishes, imaginations, and other efforts. Unsatisfaction is inevitably connected with a profound absence of creativity, which in turn is anchored in an absence of initiative. In a further form, unsatisfaction contains the factor of the human being not liking himself or herself, and consequently not knowing what to do with himself or herself, and indeed not least because, as a result of the absence of initiative, no thoughts can take hold for the purpose of the self-cognition. Therefore, it is urgently necessary that the unsatisfied human beings learn to like themselves. However, this can only occur on the path of self-cognition, therefore, when the human being really gets to know himself or herself. But to that end, it is necessary to recognize and to know that hidden in unsatisfaction is also an aversion, which must be neutralized, to one's own personality. But from where does this aversion to oneself come, which the human being normally only perceives subliminally, and about which he or she is only seldom fully conscious? The cause lies in the completely absent or only extremely defective knowledge about one's own truthfully, quote, I. This fact is a law of human nature which, in this regard, applies to every human being who proceeds on the dangerous plane of self-aversion. However, if the human being gets to know himself or herself, then he or she discovers impulses in his or her creational innermost nature, by means of which he or she achieves qualities in his or her consciousness which were unknown to him or her up until then, and with which he or she can form his or her inner nature. And once the impulses are translated into reality, then, Slowly, unsatisfaction and diversion disappear, while realization and cognition gain ground and announce that the innermost creational nature is much more important, more evolutive, and worthy of love than had been assumed up until then, and that it actually enables the inner nature to take the form of a human being who is not only satisfactory, but is progressive and successful, and who allows love, peace, freedom, and harmony free reign in neutral, positive, equalized, kind, and wise. As a result of this, the opinion of oneself increases. Consequently, the feeling of self-worth therefore also takes on higher forms, and finally, the human being lives happily with himself or herself. Therefore, learning to get to know oneself has an uncommonly practical value. Consequently, it also pays to spend very much time with oneself and with one's own development and self-realization. However, to be able to do this in an evolutive and successful context, it is absolutely necessary that the human being lays aside his or her unsatisfaction and his or her aversion in regard to himself or herself and becomes reconciled with himself or herself. To really be able to change for the better in one's inner nature, it is absolutely necessary to undergo a thorough self-analysis, and indeed very intensively and in an ongoing form. And also later, when the developmental change is complete, a self-analysis is required from time to time in order to always be clear regarding the state of one's inner nature, and with that, also of one's own entire personality. To that end, one must see and study all aspects which appear and are brought about in relation to one's nature and personality, and which also reveal one's morality and character, which embody quite special values of the personality and which are decisive for the virtues and unvirtues. With the entire matter, it is advantageous to not only make a mental picture of that side of oneself which is the most worthy of love, rather also to see and in fact also recognize the disagreeable, the negative, and negating forms, because that which is good and positive can be built up into something even higher, while that which is bad and negative gives cause for the efforts towards improvement and for change to that which is progressive. The picture of the one, just as of the other, must be clearly and unambiguously outlined, so that it is anchored firmly in the consciousness and accordingly forms the thoughts which, by means of their might, then translate all that has been planned into action. It must become the dominant position of the consciousness, and with that of the personality. It must become an optimal potential, which, as a result of an active practice, becomes the imagination of one's own inner nature and personality, the ideal, which gradually develops into fact, because as the material consciousness creates and establishes the mental image, it manifests as a result of the might of the thoughts. Page 284. The feelings and the state of the psyche are dependent on the thoughts, as has been explained many times already. Thus it can be said, somewhat poetically, quote, "The psyche is colored according to the thoughts," because by means of his or her thinking, the human being chooses the color, so to speak, which he or she consciously wants for his or her life, or which he or she pathologically forces into being. In other words, it can also be said, quote, "Whatever the human being intensively thinks about grows in him or her and becomes fact." But something else is involved with this, something deeper, and indeed, the fact that the environmental influences and the personal subliminal desires which can arise from uncontrolledness always lie in wait as bad and negative sides, in order to penetrate the thoughts and to control them in a form which brings damage. Unfortunately, it is a fact that that which is bad and negative, once it is created, does not simply disappear again. Rather, it stores itself in the overall consciousness block and in the planetary storage banks, from where the human being can consciously or unconscious subconsciously call it up over and over again and allow it to become the motivating power and might, and indeed during the course of many reincarnations. Besides, the human being has been exposed, through his or her reincarnations over many millennia, to the so-called processes of civilization, which have furnished him or her with bad, wrong, unhealthy, and negative factors, which repeatedly have an effect on him or her when he or she consciously and subconsciously reaches their realms and takes up their impulses. Many of these negative factors sanctimoniously exist under a cloak of that which is amoral, and are unpredictable and aggressive, whereby they are additionally able to imprint bad and negative sides into the inner nature of the human being, when he or she is inattentive and is not aware of them, or he or she consciously lets them penetrate him or her. Hence, the human being must always consciously concern himself or herself with actually forming his or her inner nature into the better self, by recognizing, adopting, and realizing the creational impulses which come from the innermost self. The bad and negative can penetrate the human being and overcome him or her at any time, if he or she is not constantly consciously heedful and on the lookout. And therefore, it is also the case that every human being also carries the bad and negative in himself or herself to a certain extent. Indeed, in his or her inner nature, which he himself or she herself has imprinted, in complete contempt for the opposite impulses of the innermost creational nature. And indeed, no human being should get carried away in the erroneous belief that he or she does not carry this self-created bad part in himself or herself, because such a belief would actually amount to an unbelievable presumption. Regardless of how nice and loving and how progressive a human being may be, in his or her inner nature, he or she carries characteristics and forms of self-created things which are bad, evil, negative, and negating, even if he or she has evolved so far, so very far and high. Everything can suddenly break free and break through when one does not practice constant watchfulness and does not nurture the constant conscious evolution in every respect with all means of intelligence and reason. It follows from that the only protection against that which is bad, negative, and negating is total control over the inner nature, and with that, also over the thought principle, if these two factors are formed according to the innermost nature and its high striving impulses, which are creational and deliver the fundamental values for the entire evolution in every respect. If the human being wants to like himself or herself, then he or she must first get to know himself or herself and form his or her inner nature such that it harmonizes with the innermost creational nature, which in fact contains the creational energy from which there is the emission of creational impulses, by means of which the consciousness, with its thoughts, is indeed able to form the inner nature in accord with the creational natural laws and recommendations. To that end, it is necessary that one gets to know the innermost creational nature, because only thereby can the inner nature, which is created by the human being himself or herself, be created according to universal laws and recommendations. This is not dependent upon a human being's age or profession, or on his or her position in society, or his or her intelligence, because at any time the innermost creational nature can in fact be fathomed, and its impulses used to form inner nature, the inner nature. Only intellect and rationality are required for that, and a will created thereby to also do that which is necessary. Indeed, human beings sometimes have difficult or even very difficult times with themselves, with their fellow human beings, or simply with the environment in and of itself. They often feel high or low, so that they are jumping with joy one minute, or are in the depths of despair the next. And when they are really low, then they actually feel so miserable and helpless that they want to die. However, none of these moods are ever a reason for not dealing with the life according to one's best ability and capacity, and steering it along the right paths, and forming the inner nature such that a personality arises which accords with creation and the true human being. To build up one's own inner nature in line with creation nature, and to do it progressively, as well as neutral positive equalized, and to, in fact, also then know this nature and live true to its constitution, actually means living. And it is also certain that whoever has built up his or her inner nature with the impulses of the innermost creational nature, has caused it to blossom, can love himself or herself in all honesty and deference, without thereby falling into negative, bad states. But connected with that is knowing oneself. Consequently, the effective facts of the newly formed and creationally directed inner nature must therefore first be recognized and accepted before a practical and respectful love can come about for it. However, once this is done, and once the human being is true to himself or herself in this kind and wise, then soon a fundamental harmony grows in him or her, which, along with love, also contains joy, peace, and personal inner freedom. However, if the human being remains separated from himself or herself by disregarding his or her inner nature and not forming it such that it conforms with the creational natural laws and recommendations, then he or she separates himself or herself, so to speak, from his or her own life, because, as a result of not developing himself or herself higher, he or she distances himself or herself from real life, that is to say, from his or her own real self, which is embodied by the inner nature and from which the factor of the actual personality comes forth. And if, by means of his or her own will, the human being lives apart from his or her real self, apart from the actual inner nature, which the human being must himself or herself develop creationally, then in fact one cannot say that in that case the inner self can be positively given full expression, because with this self one is truthfully only dealing with a fake self and an ersatz self, which the human being himself or herself is responsible for acquiring, and which is only imprinted according to that which the short-lived, non-idolizable ideas create and express, and which also cannot be realized. This unnatural state, which works against the creational natural impulses and laws, can naturally satisfy no human being in the long term. Consequently, he or she inevitably becomes unsatisfied with himself or herself, and gets out of alignment in some form, which naturally brings him or her inequity and harm. That the human being then soon no longer likes himself or herself is an unavoidable consequence. However, this not liking oneself anymore does not concern the material body, rather it concerns the self-created, unnatural inner nature, that is to say, the inner self. Once the human being goes into his or her innermost creational self and forms his or her inner nature, his or her actual self, and thereby also his or her effective personality, according to the impulses of his or her innermost self and the striving urge, then he or she becomes the human being who is really living according to creation, and he or she becomes one with the creational power, which he or she can then utilize, because he or she is able to create it in himself or herself. Also connected with knowing oneself and liking oneself is the factor of self-respect, which is likewise very essential for being a human being who actually also deserves this name and who can live a successful life. Self-respect is an important factor which the human being must not do without if he or she wants to stand upright before himself or herself. The roots extend deep into the inner nature and thereby into the fundamental ego. Consequently, self-respect can be connected with the human being's actual identity. The fundamental values of the actual personality and of the real self lie anchored deep in the inner nature if it is correctly built up and developed. But the decisive dignity, which is an important component of self-respect in every human being, also exists therein, always provided that it has been achieved. But dignity can be injured and violated, and the individual is also thereby injured. And if the human being allows it to come to that, either through his or her own conduct or as a result of others, then he or she suffers the worst kind of self-aversion and total helplessness, which quickly leads to self-disdain and to the decay of the personality. Submissiveness also often plays a decisive role in that, when the human being injures his or her own dignity, or allows it to be injured by others, which is quite especially the case as a result of religious influences, because religions demand submissiveness. But submissiveness is nothing other than an uncontrollable subservience, which extraordinarily often has a fanatical and canine character. Indeed, submissiveness is described as dedication in order to circumscribe and play down the actual truth. But truthfully, this word also already has a very bitter ring to it and bitter background, because behind it is hidden everything which is to do with unvalues of the following dimension: subservience, self-denial, self-disregard, self-disdain, amenableness, devotion, conformity, false shame, servility, a slavish attitude, compliance, flattery, bootlicking, bowing and scraping, self-abasement, kowtowing, canine obedience, and lack of dignity and affected piety, and so forth. In order to be a real human being, and to have a right, healthy way of life, there are many points which must be heeded and followed. For example, number 1. In order to be able to rely on one's own self, it must first be cultivated in neutral, positive, equalized form, or at least to the extent that it complies, in large part, with the innermost creational nature. Number 2. Once the inner nature, the self, is cultivated, this state must become conscious, whereby a high regard for one's own self emerges. Number 3. One's personal imagination of a higher evolution than that which is currently the case must always be tended and nurtured, because one's striving towards that which is higher is spurred on thereby. Number 4. An affirmation for the purpose of higher development of the personality is as necessary as the affirming of the life itself. Number 5. Unsatisfaction must never appear, because it moves one to be inactive and to do things which are devolutive and destructive. Unsatisfaction additionally creates uncalm and thereby leads to the restlessness and inconstancy. Number 6. Since the human being cannot flee from himself or herself, it is absolutely necessary and important that he or she develops himself or herself and organizes himself or herself for progress towards that which is higher. He or she is only thereby able to realistically live with himself or herself in love, peace, joy, freedom, and harmony. Number 7. If the human being loves himself or herself appropriately, righteously, and evolutively, then he or she is also able to respect himself or herself and his or her ideals, as well as his or her deeds, words, thoughts, feelings, and actions, and so forth. Number 8. If the human being consciously steers his or her life according to his or her innermost creational nature, he or she also loves and respects its results, which are expressed through the inner self and through the actual personality. Number 9. In order to be great in consciousness as well as in one's ideals, thoughts, and feelings, and in one's psyche, the human being must never be submissive. Rather, he or she must be great in his or her inner nature, the actual self. And number 10. Friendliness, which is exercised, and the spreading of love, peace, freedom, and harmony lead to progress and success, and indeed both with oneself as well as with other human beings. Page 294, Part 22. The human being must consider it is his or her duty to enjoy the abundance of his or her life, if it is a kind of life which is righteous and evolutive. However, each human being must create this abundance himself or herself. Thus, everyone must contribute his or her own part to that in order to be provided for in the best way. But in order to achieve the abundance of the provision, the creation and maintenance of a neutral, positive, equalized attitude is necessary. Consequently, it must never be forgotten that a gloomy attitude constantly chases away the abundance and the prosperity. Abundance and prosperity do not like any human beings who are of a grim and inhospitable and otherwise destructive kind. Therefore, prosperity and abundance do not arise where the human being's consciousness is full of shades of doubt and hate, unfairness, and criminal terrible things, and so forth. There, one only finds results which are always doubtful, which, as a rule, are also only purely materially conditioned, and they contain no values pertaining to ideals, nor do they contain evolutive values. First and foremost, prosperity and abundance are consciously conditioned, and therefore they are conditioned by one's attitude, and express the values of one's inner nature, of one's inner self. And prosperity and abundance only secondarily relate to the value of that which is purely material. Therefore one must firstly bear in mind and develop the inner values, which must be constantly practiced until the conviction that the law of provision is actually effective, works correctly, and also brings results. One must have, deeply rooted inside oneself, the vital conviction by means of which everything which is conceived of and collected in terms of ideals for prosperity and abundance is realized. And the mentally nurtured conviction is the actual might of thoughts, which then allows everything to become reality and to become actual. This might of the thoughts is an enormously valuable energy, which is unfortunately also used by many human beings for extremely negative and negating unvalues, but which, with the correct use, is transformed into neutral, positive, equalized powers, so that it is no longer wasted through worry and grief, wrong strivings and efforts, as well as negative attitudes and actions, and so forth. The human being must achieve all his or her daily thought-feeling based as well as material work-based efforts, certain in his or her consciousness that everything which he or she undertakes always works for him or her and carries out that which he or she has acquired as ideals. In this form, the human being becomes creative and constructive, and from that there arise in him or her new and unimagined, fantastic and exciting things, which constantly form life anew. It must be heeded that the law of provision actually only functions for those human beings who live according to it. It is clear that it can be doubted by this or that human being, yet only because there is no understanding of the principle which is based on the fact that prosperity and abundance are, first and foremost, of an inner nature, and are expressed in joy, love, peace, freedom, and harmony, and then only secondly as material wealth, and so forth. Only the human being who lives according to the real law of provision in this regard therefore also gains inner values, which are very much more important and valuable than the purely material values. But the human being who lives according to purely worldly laws, and is perhaps still unhonest and the like, accumulates solely material wealth, but with which he or she cannot evolve and achieve higher things in regard to the development of the consciousness and personality, and so forth. Rather, in this regard, he or she remains poor and underdeveloped. Therefore, it does not pay to have solely material wealth, that is to say, prosperity, through which those who are unrighteous and unhonest and so forth can certainly be affluent in terms of material wealth. However, in regard to the real life, they are poorer than beggars of a purely material nature. This is a creational natural law which unfortunately is not understood by many human beings, for which reason so many are aggrieved that some who have collected material wealth in an unhonest and unrighteous kind and wise, debauch it in it, while they, the others, have to earn every cent with strenuous hard work, laboriously, and bathed in sweat. But one should feel sorry for whoever thinks this way, because their manner of thinking is wrong, and does not agree with the actual law of provision, which is, first and foremost, directed towards inner prosperity and inner abundance. The terrestrial world, as well as all other planets, all suns, and the whole universe, has been created by the creation, by the universal might, by the universal consciousness, and, in fact, extremely generously, and in such a way that the human being can, at his or her own discretion, build up for himself or herself an innate will, if only he or she enables himself or herself to do that. Creation, the universal consciousness, which has no similarity at all to a god, rather which consists of the purest spiritual energy, demands nothing of the human being. Rather it gives him or her, by means of the part piece of creation spirit which works in the human being as the innermost enlivening form, impulses of various kinds, which the human being can follow and realize, or not, at his or her own choosing, according to his or her self-created will. Yet creation, the universal consciousness, has made the world and the entire universe such that there is always enough of everything there for all life forms, and they can nourish themselves and can live regardless of whether the creational natural laws are followed or not. Yet, the more they are followed, the more peaceful, joyful, loving, free, and harmonious life becomes. Consequently, the human being therefore only needs to live and evolve according to these laws and recommendations, so that he or she achieves the entirety of creational natural values. The creational natural laws determine the procedures according to which the human being should live in order to achieve neutral, positive, equalized harmony, which he or she is able to make real through the might of his or her thoughts. There is no trick which could be used for that, because everything is an open matter which is equally accessible to each human being, and which he or she can make useful for himself or herself. It therefore has nothing to do with tricks, and tricks absolutely do not work at all in regard to the use of the creational natural laws, because, in accord with these laws, everything is directed towards an inner evolution, towards inner prosperity and inner abundance. And so many human beings on the earth take no account of just this fact, because their only wish and their only desire is directed at purely material wealth. Yet precisely this is not how the human being's real, creationally and evolutively directed life and behavior functions. Because as a rule, wishes, yearnings, and desires for material goods interrupt or prevent the connection to the consciousness-based and creation-aligned world and development. Indeed, with the correct evolutive creational following of the laws, the handling and execution of the creational natural principles of provision, prosperity, and abundance also leads, with corresponding efforts, to the considerable amassing of material wealth. Yet this is then managed, increased, and used in a form which is appropriate and precisely thought out, so that the creational laws are fulfilled. But if this is not the case, and if the human being deviates from the creational principle, then the danger inevitably arises that basic control and progress, as well as all good, positive values and real humaneness, are lost. The creational law of prosperity, abundance, and provision is directed such that every life form, and therefore also the human being, has everything in plentiful abundance in order to be able to live and evolve without having to live in want. But that does not mean that, as a result of his or her wrong thinking, the human being should greedily and stingily pile up immense material wealth, while others starve in misery and affliction and lose their lives. Therefore, this wealth does not mean those material values by means of which the human being can simply live decently and without financial worry, and so forth. Rather, it means that wealth which extends far beyond that, and reaches heights which exceed by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or 10,000-fold, or even more, that which is really necessary to guarantee a joyous life which is free of care. Such wealth piled up by the individual is unrightful, if works are not done with it, and things created which also serve the common good, such as the creation of progressive things and jobs or help for the needy. And to be counted along with those things are beneficence in every other regard, and the furtherance of the human being, as well as works addressing health and rehabilitation, and so forth, and also the payment of employees, and very many other things. And on the whole, the rich of this world do use their wealth also in this form, for which reason it should certainly not be begrudged them, and should not be viewed or reviled as unrightful. It is different with wealth gained through unright, for example, as a result of some sort of criminal activity, and so forth. and whereby this wealth is stingily and greedily hoarded in order to be further used in an unrightful manner, such as for further criminal actions and profit-making, acts of war, the spreading of machinations which enslave the human being, as well as the psychical and physical harm and material exploitation of the human being, and so on and so forth. It is therefore important for the human being who has a life of material wealth, prosperity, and abundance, that despite his or her material possessions, he or she lives in distinct harmony with real life and thereby in accord with the creational, natural laws and recommendations. In this sense, the human being can collect all attainable money and goods and nevertheless live in a creational, evolutive sense and in true righteousness and virtuously. But on the other hand, absolutely all available money and goods can be snatched up in order to live as a parasite with it, and without a thought concerning the conscious evolution, and in the worst sense, to put oneself first without an impulsation for one's fellow human beings. And this can actually be accomplished, at least for a period of time, yet in this way all striving for that which is higher is lost, as is honest joy and love, inner freedom, inner peace, and the equalized harmony of life. Or all these can certainly not be built up at all. In this way, rich human beings of this kind become the poorest in the immense mass of humanity, because their inner life, which contains the real values in it, is hollow and empty, and is like a nest of noxious vermin. Thus they pay themselves back for their misconduct, even if this sometimes does not happen especially quickly. But if the law of prosperity, abundance, and provision is robbed of its creational measure, then the human being had better watch out, because sooner or later it pays off in some sort of negative, evil form. There is therefore nothing to object to in money and possessions, because it is completely all right to have such at one's disposal, however only as long as the money and goods do not control the human being. If the human being lives according to his or her innermost, creationally formed nature and uses his or her money and goods in a sense which is always evolutive, then it does not only fulfill the right purpose, rather it also visibly increases and brings astonishing abundance, with which much which is of use can in turn be done and be effected. If this principle is followed, then the human being can be extremely creative, not only in material form, rather also in purely personal, consciousness evolutive form, as well as in a form conditioned by the fellow human beings and the environment and so forth. Thus it can be said that money and goods become sour when they are unhonestly gotten and used, while when they are earned and used in a righteous kind and wise, they bring forth responsibility and benefit from which everyone profits. As explained at the beginning, prosperity and abundance cannot always be measured in regard to finances and other material wealth, because the actual values lie very much deeper, and indeed, in the conscious-based development of one's inner nature, formed from the innermost creational nature. This corresponds to the real prosperity and abundance, which must be the human being's own. And those who achieve everything regarding this in a right and correct way protect themselves very well off their own bat, because in inner prosperity and inner abundance there is also self-protection, by means of which the human being protects him or herself from negative influences. This does not mean that one does not have to fight and that no difficulties could emerge, yet with self-protection, the human being is able to defend himself or herself against the difficulties and eliminate the influences. Negative and positive therefore become controlled, and since both must inevitably arise in the life of the human being, it cannot be that he or she only gets to feel the sweet sides of existence, rather he or she must also feel the bitter sides. To overcome everything without a fight is thereby impossible, and additionally, the solution to a problem is more satisfying when one has to struggle for it. To gain things and success without a struggle brings no joy and also usually brings no progress, because, through the absence of a struggle, only things and so forth are accepted which are not connected with an evolutive effort, as in a process of thought and process of making errors, and process of resolving the errors. Therefore that which is essential with the entire matter is that all difficulties are consciously overcome and are led to the success. That which is important is the end result. Whoever goes through life with inner prosperity and inner abundance has much joy and is not disturbed when everything gets extremely hard from time to time, because knowledge teaches that this is very good and very necessary. Connected with that is also the conviction that, with the right activation and direction of one's prosperity and abundance, a correct provision is always guaranteed. To this end, however, the human being must never think in a needy manner, because thoughts live as do words, for which reason nobody should call him or herself needy. And the thoughts are might, by means of which everything is set into action. Indeed, also words are realized, because they are outwardly released thoughts, which become reality as a result of their might. Therefore, if a matter is contemplated, then patterns pertaining to that specific matter are formed. If this is then spoken about, then the word is thereby sent out, and that which has been thought is compressed. The words are thereby realized through the might of the thoughts, with which everything is formed and clothed in acoustical sounds, and therefore words. If pure ideas are therefore created and verbalized in this way, then they are brought to full expression and produce unripe results, because they were not worked out into ideals, firm imaginings, and intentions, and so forth. In the same way, such kind of ideals and firm imaginings and so forth, of a kind which is an Ausartung, are manifested outwardly and in the outside world through the utterance of words, and again through the might of the thoughts. Therefore, since time immemorial, it has been said, quote, "Tend to thought or utter it, and it happens," and just as it is with the thought, the word is might and command. The thoughts and words are therefore commands which the human being creates in himself or herself, and from which mightful attitudes and belief-based things manifest, which are to the benefit or to the detriment of the human being. If the human being thinks or says with conviction that he or she is poor, then, through the thoughts or the word, he or she also sends out poverty. And the more one wants to demonstrate poverty, the greater is the poverty which enters the life, such as with the miser who everywhere complains about his or her poverty and his or her lack of means, and is thereby poor in his or her consciousness, in terms of joy, love, peace, freedom, and harmony. Thus the thought or word becomes the expression of the picture of the consciousness, that is to say, the presentation of what the human being accepts or believes, and what comes to fruition through the might of the thoughts and through the might of the word. Naturally, this bringing to fruition in this sense is not directed outwardly in the realm of the material life, rather it is directed inwardly into the inner state. But in the same way, in a broader sense, it is also possible that things in the outer material realm are indeed also set into action through the thoughts and words. It is urgently important for every human being not to think or speak in terms of some form of poorness in relation to himself or herself, because otherwise the danger exists that a neediness is created directly as a result of that. This relates to the inner nature, and indeed to the human being's personality, as well as to the externalities and the material prosperity and so forth. Thoughts and words of poorness lead to negating and negative situations and states which can be extraordinarily hard. And even if hardship arises, or some other unpleasant situation, poor, negating, and negative thoughts must never take hold in the consciousness. Rather, it must always be enlivened with positive, affirming, and rich thoughts. And exactly that is one of the most important obligations in order to progressively form oneself and to maintain one's life, because the human being, in his or her own self, in his or her own life, is the most important one to whom attention must be given. First and foremost, one's own self, one's own inner nature, one's own character, one's own morality, and one's own mood, and so forth, must be formed in a healthy, neutral, positive, equalized, kind, and wise, and be made capable of life. To form and help oneself is the foremost obligation, because only the human being who forms himself or herself and makes himself or herself into a true human being and fulfills the evolutive obligations of the life does what is right in the sense of the creational natural laws, and becomes capable, to the same degree, of also being helpful to his or her fellow human beings. Page 308. Many human beings erroneously or imperiously believe themselves to be great psychologists and great helpers in the matters of humaneness, and so forth, and think, in their delusion concerning this, that they are in fact able to stand by and help others, which, however, as a rule, has devastating results and destructive effects for those who turn towards the dubious help. Concerning this, it is certainly the obligation of every single human being to only turn to others with help, and to only concern themselves with others and make themselves commendable to them, when they are first and foremost able to help themselves, which can, however, only be right when they have brought their own nature and their own personality onto a level of development which is of a kind and wise in true conformity with creation. Therefore, this stipulates that the human being first and foremost concerns himself or herself with his or her entirely own inner and outer matters, and brings them into order in a true conformity with creation. This is a fundamental recommendation, because every human being is obliged, first and foremost, to form himself or herself according to the creational impulses and guidelines pre-given by his or her innermost nature, in order to be evolutive and become a true human being. Therefore, the human being firstly has to evolutively form his or her own self, and with that, his or her own consciousness, in order to then live according to it, because one's own evolution is the most important thing in the life of the human being, because a creational law is thereby fulfilled, through which creation itself further evolves. Therefore, it is the human being's obligation to direct and progressively form, according to the creational innermost nature, his or her inner nature, which must be formed by him or her. And only when this has happened, in the best possible form, can he or she turn to his or her fellow human being in effectively helpful form, and, in fact, give him or her those values which he or she requires. Therefore, it is not done by wanting to be helpful to others by showing the way in things to do with consciousness evolution, as well as with psychology and so forth, when the necessary abilities for that have not been achieved. Yet, directly in this regard, many believe themselves to be qualified and wise enough although they cannot cope with themselves, whereby they cause enormous harm to their fellow human beings. Erroneously or arrogantly, they believe that they have to intervene in the matters, problems, and troubles, and so forth, of others, and assist them by giving their wrong advice, and so forth, whereby they often cause harm which cannot be repaired again. When it is said here that the human being should, as the very first thing, be concerned and evolutive for himself or herself, that in no wise means that a selfishness and egocentricity and so forth may be seen in that. In fact, this evolutive concern and evolutive work on oneself, on one's own inner nature, and on all other self-oriented factors, has nothing to do with the bad value which arises in the purely negative saying, quote, everyone is his or her own neighbor, or i.e., quote, look out for number one. In fact, one's neighbor is always one's fellow human being, to whom due deference must always be given in every regard, and indeed as a human being. But that does not mean that evil, negative, and bad actions, as well as wrong actions, have to be accepted, because one is not obliged to respect them. However, one is most certainly obliged to respect the human being as such. If the human being, therefore, concerns himself or herself first and foremost with his or her own inner and outer well-being, then that happens in the fulfillment of the obligation that the human being, first and foremost, and in every regard, must fulfill and master his or her own life, for which reason he or she has to direct all attention firstly onto himself or herself, whereby he or she is, however, simultaneously conscious of his or her obligation and responsibility to respect his or her neighbor. In this regard, appropriate material help is then indeed fitting, which certainly has especially nothing to do with false, negative, and inadequate advice from a wrongly developed inner nature and from a wrong personality and morality, and so forth. Yet material help should not be given to the needy out of pity or because of pangs of conscience and the like. Rather, it should be purely for reasons of love, fairness, true humaneness, feelings for others, and a feeling of responsibility for one's neighbor. If the human being wants to progress in his or her inner nature, personality, character, and in his or her morality, as well as in love, inner freedom, in peace, in love for his or her neighbor, in real joy of life, and in harmony, and if he or she wants to climb to higher values, then that requires not only inner efforts and the might of thoughts and words, by means of which everything is able to come into existence, rather it also requires the external necessities, which are expressed in prosperity and abundance. But prosperity and abundance in the material realm must not necessarily be equated with material wealth, rather solely with the material necessities which are required for the forming and conducting one's life. These are naturally fundamentally different depending on the human being and his or her demands. Consequently, one human being manages with the most minimal of means because all his or her demands are very modest, while the other has immodest demands and requires more in order to eke out an existence and to satisfy all his or her wishes, and so forth. Prosperity and abundance, in the material sense, are therefore necessary in order to also be able to create prosperity and abundance in the inner part of the human being. Consequently, in this regard, it is also the case that the human being must see to it right from the start that he or she has, for himself or herself, the necessary amount of all things of a material kind at his or her disposal, which he or she requires for the well-being of his or her body and all factors associated with that. And only when this necessity is fulfilled can something also be done for one's neighbors in order to give material assistance to them and alleviate eventual hardship? The human being who has to live with very meager means and only has very little can also only give very little. The human being who has much can also be helpful with much. Yet the human being who has too little can give nothing of it, because otherwise he or she endangers his or her own life under certain circumstances, which is not in the sense of the good and positive, and is thereby also not right, because the law of the life exists in the advice that the life must be maintained in order to evolve to that which is higher. Therefore, to be selfless does not mean to disadvantage oneself, or indeed to endanger one's life. Rather, it solely means to be unselfish, and not to be concerned about one's own advantage. Rather, to altruistically live magnanimously, and from this, to responsibly fulfill the obligation of the pure humaneness. However, it is only possible to achieve this selflessness through knowledge and wisdom, in fulfillment of the therewith connected creational natural laws, which, however, is truthfully only possible for few human beings, and indeed only just those who live by following the laws of the life. Normally, with most human beings, it is unfortunately the case that their knowledge and their wisdom only extend just as far as their own worries and their own advantage. But if the human being wants to really be knowing and wise in the creational natural sense, then he or she must concern himself or herself with the evolution and conduct his or her life according to the neutral, positive, equalized laws of life. And only from that arise all those values which actually make the human being into a real human being who lives in cognition and fulfillment. The true cognition and the greatest fulfillment are thereby the genuine happiness of the love, of the joy, and freedom, as well as of the harmony, of the true friendship, of the love for one's neighbor, and of the universal love, which concerns each existence and every individual life which crawls and flies in the expanse of the universe. In order, in truliness, to achieve prosperity and abundance, inwardly and outwardly, in good, healthy, positive, and fair form, it is necessary to set aside any efforts which are built upon unrighteousness and unvirtues, in order to then turn towards bringing one's inner nature to fruition, in accord with the model of one's innermost creational nature. In the position of the old, virtueless, and unrighteous, wrong, unhealthy, ungood, and negative thoughts, one must place neutral, positive, equalized thoughts, which are occupied with imagining successful results, which are developed from corresponding ideals, and are converted into reality by means of the might of the thoughts. These new thoughts and their might create a considerable amount of new, dynamic energy which is released, from which new ideas arise, which, transformed again into ideals and imaginations, lead to new achievements, and everything which appeared to be failures can be recognized as progress. The human being's progress is based in always thinking and acting evolutively, in a creative, constructive, kind, and wise. But being evolutive, creative, constructive also means that errors must be factored in and be processed and resolved. Therefore, prosperity and abundance are also not simply pure joy and sunshine. Rather, they are also furnished with things of darkness, which the human being must progressively recognize and penetrate in order to find his or her way to the light again. If that which is faulty, which the human being must recognize, resolve, and progressively change for the better, did not also exist in prosperity and abundance, then no evolution would come about, because he or she would only debauch in the prosperity and abundance, and be inactive in progressing, whereby an evolutive stagnation would come about. It is only by prosperity and abundance, also containing errors, and that is in both the immaterial as well as the material sense, that the human being is called upon to continue to make the effort towards that which is better and higher, and therefore that which is progressive. Therefore the old proverb which says, "Whoever rests, rusts," is also valid here. Page 314, Part 23. In the life of the human being, enthusiasm for knowledge, truth, wisdom, and evolution can work true wonders, as the saying goes. Enthusiasm is like a magic spell which is able to newly form one's entire human existence, if only it can be effective enough. Enthusiasm is a potential which works for the human being when he or she maintains it in healthy, right, and positive limits, and indeed when he or she maintains it with thoughts which have the same direction, which also create a realizing might. But positive thoughts, that is to say, positive thinking, and that is what is being spoken about in this sense, does not mean that simply and exclusively only good things should or must be thought, as if all of it were reality, as is preached by positive thinking hack writers, such as the preacher Norman Vincent Peale, the so-called patriarch of positive thinking, and as J. Murphy and consorts write in many books which stultify knowledge and truth. In fact, it is not done by simply thinking positively, and as if everything positive were already acquired and achieved. In truth, positive thinking means much more, indeed, that one must also think in a correct, truthful, healthy, evolutive, and creative way, and thereby also in a constructive way. Therefore, positive thinking deals with a progressive thinking which brings forth ideas, and from that, ideals and imaginations, intentions and efforts, and so forth, and does not simply nonsensically concern itself with things as if they were already created. Positive thinking is a value which also contains the self-cognition in it, as well as the self-realization connected with that. Consequently, in this regard, the significant thought patterns must be set up and maintained, for which a more or less appropriate enthusiasm is of great use. But how then does a real self-cognition function? This is a question which is certainly very misunderstood, and is also not recognized in its actual truth by psychologists. Basically, what needs to be explained about that is that the human being has a spiritual self available to him or her in the form of the innermost creational nature, as well as a personally created self in the form of the inner nature, as has already been explained many times in similar contexts. As a consequence of this, with the self-cognition there are therefore two different forms to recognize and to fathom. Indeed, first, there is the inner nature, and secondly, the innermost nature. The first process of recognition leads to the inner personality-related nature, which the human being forms himself or herself and makes into his or her real inner personality. And it is this nature which must be recognized and fathomed in all its details in order to then acknowledge the obtained results as given facts. Once the results of this self-cognition are achieved, the second part of the self-cognition follows, which now relates to the innermost creational nature of the spirit, which gives life to the material consciousness and subconsciousness as well as to the entire body. The creational impulses of striving for that which is higher must be searched for and recognized in this creational nature, and be specifically separated according to their particular values. in order to then carry these over into the material realm of the consciousness and to evolutively process them in order to newly form the inner personality-related nature from them and to awaken it to new and evolutive life. And once one's new inner nature is formed according to the creational norms pre-given by the innermost nature, then one must also follow the obligation to also express one's inner nature in one's visible and audible, outwardly directed nature, as in the full expression of the virtues, in the form of one's language and behavior, in the expression of one's habits, in one's neighborly love and universal love, in one's joy and enthusiasm, in one's freedom and harmony, as well as in one's humaneness and one's interpersonal relationships, and many further values of the positive and affirmative. However, enthusiasm is required for all that because it is a motivation for the success. Enthusiasm can be of very great benefit to the human being. However, its absence means an absence of initiative. However, the term enthusiasm, in the named sense, must be correctly understood, although not as ecstasy, exultancy, passion, devotion, enchantment, worship, religious exaltation, obsessiveness, desires, bliss, euphoria, and the like. Rather, as vigor, vibrancy, idealism, joy, enthusiasm for work, assiduousness, cheerfulness, elevatedness, and so forth. This is significantly important, and it must be imprinted into the consciousness, because with its thoughts the consciousness has very great significance for a successful life. If the consciousness cools off, indeed in a form such that it is neglected, then not only do the thoughts begin to work in an uneven and negative as well as negating form, and create a negative might, rather the personality which indeed comes forth from the actual consciousness also begins to very quickly crumble. Thus, even if the worst blows could have been intercepted, endured, and processed before the drifting off of the consciousness, suddenly, with the slightest difficulties, or even only with what seem to be difficulties, a failure arises which no longer allows a way out. Naturally, it cannot be promised that an enthusiasm which has only been put on superficially, or a false enthusiasm, leads to real Ziele and successes being achieved, because for this, a real, honest, and positive-healthy enthusiasm is necessary. For very many human beings, the achievement of a genuine enthusiasm, which can be seen in the evolutive sense, means a complete re-education of themselves and the achievement of a fundamentally new capacity for understanding. But to this end, basically all thought patterns must be thoroughly examined and transformed, and only after that can the capacity for evolutive enthusiasm be achieved. And there is no doubt that this kind of enthusiasm is actually an ability to be acquired. But the power for that comes from the impulses of the innermost creational nature of the spirit, once the ability is acquired. And if the human being wants to claim for himself or herself the capacity for enthusiasm and make it useful to himself or herself, then he or she must first really create it in himself or herself, because it is no more simply given to him or her and lain in his or her lap by creation than are all other qualities, and so forth. Only the creational impulses for its achievement are anchored in the innermost creational nature, as is the urge to strive for it. However, nothing more. Consequently, it is the human being's sole obligation to do and to undertake everything in order to fulfill the striving and to realize the innermost nature's impulses, which are specifically directed at very many things which one is able to develop. Many human beings are only truly alive once they have created the capacity for the enthusiasm in themselves. However, that is not surprising, because the enthusiasm helps one to overcome very many obstacles and difficulties which would otherwise bar the way to that which is progressive. As a result of the evolutive enthusiasm, the vitality also climbs, and there is a strengthening of the capacity to endure when things are very hard, and situations and so forth arise which require tough endurance. Even just in the ups and downs of daily life, the enthusiasm creates the necessary power to cope with everything. But enthusiasm also gives a firm sense to everything that the human being does. It is also directed towards interpersonal relationships and improving actual humaneness and being human, whereby the precondition naturally always exists that corresponding ideals are tended and nurtured and are maintained and realized through the enthusiasm by means of the thoughts. Additionally, a genuine evolutive enthusiasm has an infectious and stimulating effect on other human beings. Unfortunately, there are too many human beings on the good old earth who are pessimistic and negating. Consequently, in regard to a neutral, positive, equalized thinking and the enthusiasm, many of them sullenly and gloomily ask what use it is to the human being if he or she possesses all the knowledge about neutral, positive thinking and about the enthusiasm and all other important factors, if he or she does not have the enthusiasm in order to realize the ideals by means of the might of the thoughts. Naturally, the knowledge about all these things is of no use if no effort occurs to build up an enthusiasm and to change everything for the better and to that which is higher. There must therefore be an intention, an imagination concerning its actualization, and concerning the creation of the capacity for the enthusiasm. And this cannot simply be feigned, because real efforts are necessary if something is to be successfully translated into action. Therefore, nobody can be enthusiastic by simply claiming to be so. And nobody can think in a neutral, positive, equalized form by simply claiming to do so. One cannot simply decide that it suddenly is so, just simply so, without everything first having been laboriously achieved. The capacity for enthusiasm must be achieved through great effort, but that is preceded by an affirmation that one wants to achieve it, and it is welcome in order to empower the might of the thoughts such that they can allow everything to become reality. Therefore, it is not done as the authors of the faulty books to do with the matter of positive thinking right, whereby it is only necessary to regard oneself as positive and enthusiastic for long enough, and to also say this again and again, in order to really be positive and enthusiastic. Truthfully, it is not done that way, because neither something positive nor the enthusiasm which results from it arise in this kind and wise. Consequently, the principle of the enthusiasm cannot take over the, quote, command in the human being. That has nothing to do with the simple psychological law that in the human being a deep tendency exists by means of which he or she becomes exactly that which he or she thinks, tends, and nurtures. Therefore, if a human being wants to achieve something positive in himself or herself, and wants to create an evolutive enthusiasm, then this must all be laboriously achieved with hard work. completely consciously and purposefully. Consequently, it is therefore not sufficient to simply think it is just as one desires. In this form, wishes always remain wishes, which never manifest, because they cannot be realized by means of the might of the thoughts, because this might has just not been built up. Wishes in this form are only unprocessed ideas, which are not processed into ideals, for which reason they remain wishful ideas, which have no evolutive content and thereby also no powerful content. Therefore they also cannot experience any realization, rather only a senseless expression, which does not bring any progressive and neutral positive equalized values. Such a value only arises through the manifestation of wish ideals and wish imaginations, which are capable of manifesting and can therefore be realized by means of the might of the thoughts, when the might of the thoughts is sufficiently strengthened by means of the necessary created enthusiasm. Ideals, imaginations, and efforts must be retained in the consciousness and be newly nourished again and again by the thoughts, so that the consciousness thereby actually absorbs and holds on to them. The ideals and imaginations must be clear and sharp, and must not pervade dimly and diffusely in only a shadowy manner. The clearer and sharper the ideals, imaginations, and efforts, the more powerful the enthusiasm for them and the capacity of the might of thoughts to realize them. And if one talks about how ideals, wishes, efforts, and imaginations must be retained in the consciousness and must be newly nourished again and again by the thoughts, if they are to succeed in being expressed by means of the might of the thoughts, then one must also talk about how ideals and imaginations and so forth must come to exist as pictorial impressions in the consciousness. However, one must not understand the pictorial nature of the impressions in the consciousness to be of a form in which an effectively really visible picture would come about, because in reality the pictorial imagination is a pure consciousness picture, which is fluidly constructed like an apparition and works like a pictorial haze, recognizable for the consciousness and the subconscious, but it is not definitely tangible. However, in accord with one's power of imagination, the consciousness picture can assume very distinct forms. Consequently, it can be very well recognized and defined. The consciousness pictures come forth from corresponding thoughts which, by means of their might, create the picture in the consciousness and bring it to the fore. And again, this process depends upon the corresponding enthusiasm, by means of which the thoughts are spurred on and their might is increased. The consciousness pictures, in turn, run back into the thoughts and drive them on to new activity. In this form, thoughts and consciousness pictures run back and forth and become extraordinarily powerful factors which ultimately come to fruition and become the actuality through the might of the thoughts. If no enthusiasm and no joy are perceptible in the consciousness, then these values have also not been acquired. Consequently, no corresponding impulsations could therefore appear in the consciousness, nor could any pictures which have the same direction. In fact, only that which the human being also contains in himself or herself, and has fundamentally acquired himself or herself, can come out of him or her. That is a profound truth which should finally be understood by every human being, so that everyone makes a true human being out of himself or herself. But the question must thus be asked, when will it finally be understood, so that the human being makes himself or herself into a real human personality in every regard, or shatters against himself or herself, depending on how seriously, enthusiastically, creatively, and constructively he or she works on himself or herself, and allows his or her nature, personality, character, and morality, and so forth, to become reality according to his or her innermost creational nature, by means of the might of the thoughts. An enthusiasm is also necessary for daily life, because all that which occurs is only thereby able to be copied with, is able to be coped with in real affirmative form, quite especially for one's daily work or that which one is otherwise obliged to execute. Enthusiasm is of particular significance and of profound value, because if there is none, then a miserable mood is unavoidably part of the order of the day, because the work is only reluctantly executed, and with the greatest difficulty, and thereby listlessly. This is a fact which applies to an extraordinary number of human beings, who also thereby make every day and their entire lives a tribulation. Therefore, if with one's daily work an attitude is to prevail through which the work is executed with joy, then corresponding enthusiasm must be created for it, which relieves all the self-torment and the aversion, as well as the disapproval, rejection, revulsion, and repulsion, and so forth. Therefore, all work must be tackled, carried out, and completed with joy and enthusiasm. If indifference and destructiveness are not to arise in the consciousness and in the thoughts. Work is a legitimate necessity, without which no evolution can occur and no life can be maintained. Every single creature must execute its work, even if it is just the search for nourishment or nest building for the offspring. How much more then the human being must take on the responsibility of his or her work, if he or she wants to scrape a living and fulfill all his or her many wishes for prosperity and abundance in every regard. And how much better it indeed is to carry out arising work with joy and enthusiasm, instead of with a miserable mood and all possible efforts to rebel, which ultimately also costs much energy. Besides, working joyfully and enthusiastically also means to be conscious of one's obligation and to fulfill one's responsibility, as well as to be evolutively active in an absolutely conscious form. Schiller once wrote, quote, "Work is the pride of the citizen, and blessings are the prize for effort." And how right he was with that, because work should in fact be seen not just as bread-winning and as necessary for prosperity and as a burden and a load, because work is really also a credit to the human being, which raises and distinguishes him or her high above those who are work-shy and move as parasites in the ranks of the righteous, who are harmed and exploited by them. For the human being, possessing enthusiasm means that, through it, he or she can also spur on many fellow human beings to do as he or she does, and to therefore likewise build up enthusiasm in themselves. In turn, others all around him or her are thereby pleased and stimulated to likewise turn to enthusiasm and build it up in themselves, whereby an evolutive effect therefore arises, and the effectiveness of the enthusiasm can no longer be called into question. In order to create enthusiasm in himself or herself, the human being does not have to be a great thinker and speaker, because simple thoughts are completely sufficient. However, they must be tended and nurtured in honesty and with the will for that which is progressive. Therefore, neither special knowledge nor special wisdom is required in order to create an evolutive, healthy enthusiasm. And really, whatever may appear in terms of enthusiasm and successes does not have to lead back to a special knowledge and to special wisdom. Rather, it has to lead back solely to the training and use of healthy, correct, and neutral, positive, equalized thoughts, by means of which the ideals and imaginations, as well as strivings and wishes, all created out of ideas, are mightfully realized. However, that which is also necessary in order to be able to create in a positive form and an absolute uprightness of the ideals, imaginations, and strivings, and so forth, because only this uprightness guarantees their correct, healthy, and positive coming into being, as well as a certainty that everything is actually also used in a neutral, positive, equalized kind and wise. All righteous, evolutive enthusiasm gives the life an unexpected power and enables the human being to lead an existence which is successful in all areas. And the human being who lives with this enthusiasm feels raised into evolutive heights every moment by the power of his or her joy, love, freedom, and harmony, because the enthusiasm is really able to create this power and thereby do things which extend far beyond all that which is monotonous and mundane. The immense power of the enthusiasm also creates the immense might of the thoughts, through which all conceived ideals and things relating to imaginations and strivings and to wishes are fulfilled. Therefore, may the human being create in himself or herself enthusiasm which is evolutive in a creational law-based form in order to go through the world and the life with it and to live by it. It is recommended to every human being that he or she nurtures his or her daily, cheery enthusiasm, and that in it, in every moment, he or she practices finding life beautiful and worth living. That is recommended, together with nurturing all other neutral, positive, equalized thoughts and impulsations, as well as imaginations, wishes, ideals, and efforts of a righteous kind and wise, which are to be brought to fruition by the might of the thoughts. And every human being shall be thankful every day for the prosperity which comes to him or her, or which is achieved by him or her, and for all abundance. And therefore, may the human being possess so much knowledge and be so wise, which does not have to be in great philosophical forms, that he or she creates the habit and quality of having happy, glad, loving, and progressive thoughts which are nurtured with enthusiasm. In this form, the human being shall do whatever he or she can do in order to make himself or herself, as well as others, happy. This is a formula for true joy and enthusiasm, and therefore a formula which always pays off in some neutral, positive, equalized form or other. It is an undisputed fact among the knowledgeable and wise that the might of the thoughts forms human beings into whatever the thoughts grasp, consider, and devise, whereby, however, everything must always, and without exception, be achieved with hard work, as well as with much privation and many errors, because it is not just enough to simply think that the desired state or the desired situation is already present and is the reality. In this sense, an old saying completely applies when it states, quote, "First the work, then the enjoyment." And so it actually is with all things of life, because if everything is to be righteous, then there must always first be something achieved and created before it can be used. This therefore also applies to the positive thoughts and the entire positive thought pattern from which all those values of life which are actually and truthfully evolutive in the sense of creational law can first be developed in righteous form. And all of that is always connected with an evolutive enthusiasm, which does not tolerate any negativism, because from such only negative results come forth. But unfortunately, many human beings live exactly in this destructive negativism, and are not able to free themselves from it, because everything is so ingrained in them that it has become their own, and therefore a component of themselves. In this regard, many have thus made themselves the real experts of negativism, and therefore in their thoughts they exercise a constant denial, which is then also actually realized by means of the might of the thoughts. However, if, in contrast to that, the human being constantly, consciously practices an evolutive enthusiasm, by means of which the neutral, positive, equalized thoughts are fortified in their might, then the enthusiasm is able to work wonders, when the ideals, imaginations, efforts, and wishes, which are nurtured by the thoughts, are transformed into action by means of the might of the thoughts. Once enthusiasm, joy, and neutral, positive, equalized thinking are already exercised and effectively used in even the smallest and simplest things, then unexpected possibilities open themselves to the human being. However, with all of it, one must not forget the patience which is necessary and indispensable for everything, because everything takes time, and nothing can be brought to fruition overnight when it deals with things and matters and so forth, which must be created through the pure might of the thoughts. Therefore, in any case, patience must be brought into the course of the thoughts, and must naturally also first be achieved, as must the optimism, which is just as necessary with the entire thing. However, neither patience nor optimism can be built up and created by the human being in one single day, because truthfully this often takes many months or even years and decades. And many human beings never ever learn it, if they are so negative and negating that their life and their personality are one single cesspit. The practical experience shows that the change over to the enthusiasm from indifference and neglect of obligation in regard to the life is in no form easy, nor can it happen quickly. Truthfully, it requires a long time, much patience, and very much perseverance. Therefore, if the human being wants to build up enthusiasm, then he or she must absolutely know what perseverance means. Namely, not only persistence, rather, to a great extent, a bearing up and withstanding, and indeed, especially in regard to setbacks, affliction, and effort, as well as in regard to making errors. But if the perseverance is there in all its forms, then the end product will be worth the effort in every case, regardless of how many weeks, months, and years everything takes, and also regardless of how laborious everything is. With that, there are always many critical moments which must be overcome and conquered. If a danger emerges, then hope must not be lost, while a giving up must absolutely not be considered. If the end of what is possible appears to have been reached, and deceptive thoughts and feelings arise, then everything in one's power must be done in order to allow high respect, patience, optimism, and perseverance to take the upper hand. The enduring, the withstanding, the persisting in, and the being able to bear all penetrating and threatening negativity is called for, because only thereby can everything be overcome in a progressive, healthy, correct, and positive form. Number 1. Enthusiasm is a value of the consciousness, and thereby of one's inner nature, if this inner nature is formed in accord with one's innermost nature. Therefore, in order to feel enthusiasm, the human being must be in harmony with his or her consciousness. Number 2. Evolutive enthusiasm is so strong and mighty that none of life's hard knocks can do harm to the human being who is inspired with enthusiasm. Number 3. If a human being feels no enthusiasm in himself or herself, then that is as if he or she has not yet climbed out of a dark abyss into which he or she fell as a result of his or her unknowledge and inattentiveness, and in which he or she had to starve and go thirsty. Number 4. Once conscious, evolutive enthusiasm is achieved, then the practical experience of it creates actual vitality. Page 332, Part 24. A healthy thinking and feeling certainly counts as being among the greatest of the gifts that the human being can create and give himself or herself, because that deals with a state of consciousness upon which the prosperity or adversity of the human being is dependent. Once a healthy thinking and feeling has really been created, then a certainty has also been created for the human being, from which it emerges that nothing which arises can really disturb and be disadvantageous. And it is also this certainty which spurs on a constant forward progress and the striving for that which is higher, because in the certainty, the success which is eventually contained in forward progress and striving can already be seen. But certainty is created from the attitude of one's consciousness, indeed by the acquisition from an actual knowledge of a decisive conviction which becomes one's firm attitude, and with that, one's firm opinion and certainty. Therefore, in this world there is basically only one single effective certainty, indeed that of one's identification with the one and only reality which is possible for the human being. The knowledge and wisdom of one's own consciousness, which has been the human being's power, might, and refuge since time immemorial, and will also remain so for all future time. All the human being's becoming and passing emerges from his or her own consciousness, and indeed regarding all that which he or she is able to devise, evaluate, and bring to fruition through the might of his or her thoughts. By means of his or her consciousness, and the ideas which are thereby conceived and transformed into ideals and imaginations and so forth, and by means of the further logic of his or her thoughts, the human being is master of all the becoming and passing of all those things for which the human being himself or herself is responsible in every regard. Wise human beings rely on neutral, positive, equalized knowledge, and on the wisdom which results from it, because they thereby not only form their lives correctly, in a healthy manner, and evolutively, in a form based on the creational laws, rather through their thoughts, which are directed in the same way, they also contribute everything necessary for keeping the psyche healthy. And if the psyche is healthy, then that also has an effect on the entire body, because healthy thoughts and feelings, and with that also a healthy psyche, also promotes one's physical health, which does not mean, however, that the entire health of the human being is only dependent upon his or her psyche, because, truthfully, there are also many illness factors which are not associated with the psyche. Nevertheless, however, a healthy psyche determines very much in regard to being healthy and being sick, as was already explained earlier. Right thoughts and right feelings are therefore able to promote health across the board, while in certain cases, wrong thoughts have an encouraging effect on illnesses and can promote them. And exactly in this regard, there are many human beings who tend and nurture illness-related thoughts and allow them to stream out of their consciousness directly into their bodies. Anxieties can thereby have just as much effect as can a lack of courage or simply a bad mood, and so forth. Certainly, one of the worst sources of that is unsatisfaction of every kind, as well as constant vexation. These are two factors which, sooner or later, really make the human being sick, and indeed, not only in a purely psychical form, rather also in a psychosomatic form, and thus, thereby, in a psychically physically conditioned form. Were there no vexation and no anxiety in the consciousness, and thereby also in the thoughts, then all the hospitals worldwide would be very much less full than they are now, whereby the majority of all those made sick by psychosomatic factors, however, is to be found in the so-called civilized and industrialized world. However, this is no wonder, because when the entire daily chase for wages, wealth, and enjoyment and so forth is considered, as well as interpersonal relationships, which are becoming increasingly crass, and the indifference from one human being to another and so forth, then the wonder becomes recognizable misery. Vexation can be extraordinarily varied, but it often emerges from disturbances of an interpersonal nature or of a nature which purely relates to human behavior. For example, when a human being's sense of self is injured by another. The injury calls forth thoughts which range in a palette extending from being enraged, morose, hurt, besieged, and sad, to being miserable, tormented, worried, sorrowful, afflicted, and wounded, and so forth. An injury to one's sense of self, automatically calls forth thoughts which are of the nature just named, and consequently also creates the same kind of feelings, through which, in turn, the state of the psyche is determined. If thoughts of having been injured are then nurtured, or if they are talked about, then the thoughts newly create feelings of pain, as it was felt at just the point in time when the injury occurred. And if the injury is not processed and neutralized, then it continues to create new thoughts and feelings of pain, which always continues on in this form, and indeed, every time the vexation about the injury causes the thoughts to rotate. If this repeats itself several times, then the injury, along with the pain, very quickly becomes embedded in the subconsciousness, whereby a wound is made which is no longer able to heal itself. This wound is then the point which influences one's entire well-being in a negative, unhealthy form, which causes illness and throttles the human being's healthy, neutral, positive, equalized thinking and his or her feelings until he or she sinks into hopelessness. Once made, the wound is able to carry over the effect to the body if the psyche is not immediately allowed to work to advantage as a result of a healthy might of the thoughts, and as a result of the entire necessary psychotherapeutic process in a form of one's own, or in a form provided by a third party. And if the effect has an impact on the body, then one of the many psychosomatic illnesses will certainly develop, which, along with the psyche, also draws the body into the negative effects, as the saying goes. And the origin of all of it lies in the consciousness with its thoughts, which create feelings of negativity by means of their might, and through this kind of influencing of the psyche, they cause an internal hell for the thereby harmed human being, quite according to the saying which states that hell is not a place, rather it is an inner state of the human being. Therefore the price the human being pays for his or her vexation can be extraordinarily high, and he or she is only able to heal when, by means of a neutral, positive, equalized thinking, he or she frees himself or herself from his or her vexation, and thereby also from his or her wrong, unhealthy, and illness-causing thoughts and feelings. To behave correctly, the human being should not allow vexation to rise up at all in him or her. Rather, he or she should stop it before it forms, or can become active. So, if someone is injured in his or her feelings for himself or herself, then this injury must be immediately countered with a logical remedy. That is to say, with a medicine which can solely consist of a generous attitude of understanding and forbearance for that person who is inflicting injury. This stance calms one's own consciousness and thereby also one's own thoughts, and prevents one's feelings from succumbing to Ausartung and correspondingly harming the psyche. In this way, right from the start, one already avoids it having to come to an injury at all, and avoids a wound being able to be made in the psyche, as well as in the subconsciousness. Because when a thorn is broken off at its point, before it is able to penetrate, then no injury can arise, which can become infected and become chronic suffering. If injurious attacks on one's sense of self and everything connected with that nevertheless result in such a form that vexation begins to show, then a self-control must be exercised over those emotions one has, and over other significant impulsations which are responsible for the vexation being able to arise at all. But that is not always easy, or it is mostly really quite difficult, but with sufficiently strong self-discipline, one can absolutely do it, and it is absolutely successful. This is practically the most effective wise to prevent the thorn from penetrating further and to neutralize its already released poison. Furthermore, the human being should never be resentful, because that harms the development of his or her own inner nature, and with that the personality. Human beings with a healthy, neutral, positive, equalized consciousness and thinking are therefore not resentful towards any human being on account of any errors, bad behavior and words, and so forth. Indeed, not the least of their reasons is that they do not want to create or repeat any vexation in themselves. To many human beings it appears very strange that, when they direct their consciousness and their thoughts in a neutral, positive, equalized kind, negating and negative and even bad and evil thoughts, which have been dammed up for years, simply vanish. And so, these results of the change of thoughts and change of attitude often appear to them to be almost like a wonder. However, these human beings actually only call such an occurrence wondrous because, up until that point, they have not known, understood, and therefore also not followed the creational laws. Along with vexation, which the human being, himself or herself, always unnecessarily and nonsensically causes, because he or she does not understand how to control his or her emotions and thoughts, the factor of Selbstleid, or feeling sorry for oneself, also plays a weighty role in his or her life. Selbstleid is a term which is better known in common parlance as Selbstmitleid, or self-pity, and says that a human being feels sorry for himself or herself because he or she directs himself or herself at that by means of his or her thoughts, and thereby also his or her feelings, and naturally in this form also influences his or her psyche, in which an impulsation of self-sorrow is created. Therefore, a process comes to light here, which, in a further form, is also to be found in pity, whereby one participates in the suffering of fellow human beings or animals, when the thoughts and the feelings directed the same way are directed at the fellow human beings or animals. This is therefore a process which is of an unhealthy, sick nature, and which arises from a misunderstanding of the obligation in regard to one's neighbor or another creature, an obligation which is based in the law that the human being jointly lives with his or her neighbor and the other creatures, and should provide assistance in regard to how they conduct and maintain their lives and so forth. However, this cannot happen through the human being loading suffering upon himself or herself through a pity, which likewise brings him or her into a miserable, unhealthy situation which is hostile to life. Rather, it can only happen through him or her sympathetically perceiving the suffering of the neighbor or the other creature, and from that, granting his or her help to his or her neighbor or to the other creature in a right and kind wise. Therefore, in any case, it is required that one has feelings for the neighbor or for the other creature, however, no pity. Pity arises through uncontrolled emotional impulsations. Feelings for others, however, through controlled thoughts and feelings. Pity is truthfully, therefore, quite different to the philosopher's explanations and claims about it. The Selbstleid, or sorrow for self, that is to say, Selbstmitleid, or self-pity, as a result of which the human being feels suffering in himself or herself, shows in its entire range many and, in itself, various forms. One, for example, is that the human being feels sorry for himself or herself, that is to say, has pity for himself or herself, if something or other happens to him or her which injures him or her or burdens him or her, and so forth, in terms of his or her emotions or thoughts-feelings. For example, this can be a financial loss, an accident, or an illness, a failed action, an affliction, or some other thing which affects the human being. So, if something happens to a human being, or if he or she is marked with a congenital illness, or with other things which fall outside of the health-related or material norm and so forth, then the human being who is without intelligence, knowledge, and rationality tends to impose a sorrow for self on himself or herself, and asks why he or she of all people, or why his or her neighbor has fallen prey to the terrible things, or to the bad luck, and so forth. But exactly such stupid questions as, quote, "Why me of all people?" or, quote, "Why does that have to happen to me, /us, or him or her, of all people?" are more profound and unrighteous than they first appear. In fact, it is more than just a stupid figure of speech, because in truth, behind such unconsidered expressions is the sense, quote, "If that which happened had happened to someone else, then it would be a different matter, and I would not care." But this is truthfully an inhumane way to think, because one should not wish either a small, a middle-sized, or a big illness with which one is afflicted, or with which the next human being is afflicted, onto a neighbor, and certainly not even onto the most terrible and bad human being who has succumbed to the most negative Ausartung. Thinking in a sorrow for self form, that is to say, one of self-pity, is therefore namely not only hostile in regard to oneself, rather it is hostile in regard to one's neighbor. Therefore it is never appropriate, in lack of intelligence, to be self-sorrowful, that is to say, self-pitying, in the occurrence of bad luck which has happened to oneself or to one's neighbor. An affliction, tribulation, harm, or disaster, a tragedy, an accident, or an illness, and so forth, and thereby to raise the hidden unconscious question, quote, "Why did the terrible things happen to me and not to others?" If situations therefore arise which are in some wise loaded with harm, then rummaging around in things concerning this is completely senseless and devolutive, because everything creative and constructive, and with that also one's neutral, positive, equalized thinking, is thereby fundamentally impaired, or it is even destroyed. If the given facts are not accepted, the human being cannot cope in regard to the illness, or bad luck, or other negative circumstance, and so forth, which has happened to him or her. Consequently, the given situation becomes a burden, and triggers Selbstleid, or sorrow for self, that is to say, self-pity, which in every form always leads to negation and to unfairness, and finally, through the wrong negative thoughts, demolishes the feelings, and thereby also the psyche, which then in turn influences the thoughts, and these in turn influence the feelings, and so on and so forth. Number 1. For the human being, neutral, positive, equalized thoughts are factors in both evolutive as well as health-related regard, which are the equivalent of medicine, which is able to heal an illness. Number 2. The real inner peace, which is deeply embedded in the consciousness, does not only have a calming effect on the thoughts and feelings, rather also on the nerves, because peace is also something which is the equivalent of a medicine for the human being. Number 3. It is necessary for the human being to live progressively in his or her consciousness. Consequently, the thoughts which arise from that must be nourished daily and at all times with striving for that which is higher. Number 4. It is necessary to convince oneself again and again that the human being, himself or herself, is master of the way he or she conducts his or her life, and master of the forming of his or her personality, character, and morality, and so forth, because it is only through this conscious knowledge that the human being is able to be creative and constructive with himself or herself. Number 5. The human being must use the power of his or her will in order to use the evolutive, creative, and constructive power of his or her consciousness, and thereby also the might of his or her thoughts, according to the progressive degree of his or her cognition, knowledge, and the lived practical experience, as well as according to his or her achieved wisdom. Number 6. The human being must never forget that he, himself, or she, herself, determines whether his or her consciousness, thoughts, feelings, and psyche, and to a large extent also his or her body, are made healthy or sick, and indeed through the very might of his or her thoughts, the form of which he or she always determines, himself or herself. And number 7. The astounding limitlessness of the power and might of the consciousness and of the thoughts must always be recognized and used in order to evolutively form one's own life, as well as that of one's fellow human beings, all other kinds of creatures, and the entire environment, according to the creational recommendation of striving for that which is higher. Page 346, Part 25. Optimism and hope are the result of a neutral, positive, equalized thinking, and thereby also of an affirming consciousness, from which the personality is also formed. Naturally, there are an enormous number of human beings, negativists, pessimists, and others, who must be classified as constant protesters and who reject and contest everything. It is characteristic of these human beings to negate everything which sounds like hope, and to portray the neutral, positive, equalized, progressive, healthy, and optimistic thinking as an all too bright view of the life. They are of the stupid and irrational view that a neutral, positive, equalized thought principle is directed at simply negating everything negative, whereby pain, worry, grief, errors, and disadvantageous things, and so forth, are no longer supposed to appear, or are no longer supposed to be taken into consideration. On the one hand, this view is held as a result of misunderstanding, but on the other hand, also because the optimism and the hope and so forth are wrongly interpreted. As has already been explained in this text, the truth is that the neutral, positive, equalized thought pattern is formed such that both the positive as well as the negative facts of a matter are taken into consideration and processed, and therefore negative things and errors are also included, which must be thoroughly investigated, processed, put right, and resolved. However, in order to really be able to think and work in this form, it is necessary that the human being is effectively a realist in his or her neutral, positive, equalized thinking, in order to recognize the entire extent of the actual facts of a matter and the truth. And only when a human being is a real realist is he or she able to clearly and unambiguously actually recognize all difficulties and errors and so forth, a fact which does not apply to the pessimist and negative thinker, because he or she truthfully sees everything as black can be, or at least as gray can be. The negative thinker always sees all difficulties and problems such that they are like a kind of power of evil, which wants to force him or her down in order to finally finish him or her off. In contrast to that, the positive thinker always sees factors in the difficulties and problems and so forth, which he or she can overcome, in order to thereby be serviceable in every regard pertaining to the achievement of a higher level of the evolution. He or she never sees in them any elements of being pulled down and depressed. Rather, he or she always looks beyond them, full of expectation of overcoming and mastering the existing difficulties and problems, and so forth, by means of creative and constructive solutions. In other words, he or she looks into the future beyond everything concerning errors, problems, and difficulties, and sees the solutions to everything before terrible things are even able to scratch him or her. A human being who is healthy and correct, neutral, positive, equalized, and progressive in his or her thoughts, gains, in any case, a more comprehensive and deeper insight into the life than is the case with the negative thinker, who regards everything only superficially, and as a rule, only just from the negating and bad side. A human being with a good, right, healthy, and positive thinking always sees everything clearly and in a neutral form, and uses everything in order to work with it and make something from it, as well as to gain evolutive advantage from it. Put briefly, he or she is not the type of human being who allows himself or herself to be brought down, and who gives up when he or she encounters something which challenges him or her to a fight. And regardless of how difficult and terrible situations and so forth may be, he or she fights on in order to work his or her way out of the toughest and most hopeless situations, and indeed with a positive result. However, now and then it may certainly be the case that this does not completely succeed. For example, if outside influences, which cannot be influenced, play a role for him or her, but then at least there is always the satisfaction that in spite of everything, the best possible thing was undertaken, and in fact, everything in his or her power. And this certainly is thereby very much more than can ever be the case with a negative thinker, because, in his or her pessimism and negating, he or she undertakes absolutely no realistic attempts at all to change a situation, get a grip on it, and to make something positive out of it. With the positive thinker and optimist, in contrast to the negative thinker, it is also the case that, from the corresponding situation, he or she gains much that is valuable in regard to his or her independence, psyche, and progress in every regard, and in regard to his or her consciousness, personality, character, and morality, and so forth. Therefore, for the positive thinker, there is no situation, no occurrence, and also nothing else from which he or she would not draw evolutive benefit, because everything in him or her is directed such that the way which best promises success is always searched for and taken, in the constant hope that everything may certainly succeed. The hope is also a part of the consciousness, and is tended and nurtured in thoughts. Consequently, it is also equipped with an enormous might. However, hope must always be neutral positive equalized, which means that it is only useful when it carries within it a progressive determination which is directed at a well thought out, good, right, healthy, and therefore positive Ziel, which was created from an idea into an ideal, an imagination and striving. But if hope is only connected with purely idea-based wishes or desires, then it has no determining value and is extinguished in the winds of speculative ideas, which are either likewise extinguished or are fully expressed in unreal, harmful, and negative kind and wise, and contain no form of evolutive value. Hope is a form of expectation which is directed at something quite definite, therefore at a set Ziel, which was worked out from an idea, as an ideal or imagination, and so forth. An evolutive hope, which is constructed in this way, therefore represents an attitude of expectation, which is brought to fruition through the might of the thoughts, when a Ziel is striven for which has assumed an imaginary form based on ideals. Therefore, hope, that is to say, expectation in this form, is a necessity which is always characteristic of the positive thinker and optimist, and which is directed such that the striving towards the Ziel, and for that which is higher, continues to be driven onward. Thus, the hope is therefore also a motivator of the forward progress, because, as a result of the hope, the very achievement of the Ziel is expected. But hope is also connected with joy. Consequently, it can also be called joyful expectation, whereby, however, the ultimate value of the term has not yet been mentioned and explained, because in the deepest sense of the word, hope conceals in itself this actual value. Hope is a firm confidence that the set Ziel, once worked out, will actually be reached and fulfilled. Therefore, in no wise does hope have something to do with the idea-based wishful thinking, which is directed at maintaining belief wishes, to which the human being clings, believing that they come to fruition. Therefore, belief wishes have nothing to do with the real and evolutive hope, that is to say, expectation and confidence, which in the real sense of the term must actually be described as the certainty that the striven for Ziel will actually be achieved. If the hope, that is to say, expectation and confidence, is not seen, recognized, and accepted in this form, rather it is exercised in belief-based contexts, or in another unreal mode, then it is able to bring about danger, which can be of very many different kinds. Thus, a form of false hope is able to destroy the obligations of the present and of the life, whereby not only material disadvantages, rather, first of all, psychical or even consciousness-based harm can arise, which naturally and inevitably leads to a stagnation of every form of one's personal development, taking possession of the human being. The human being must always be clearly conscious of hope, expectation, confidence, and certainty in correct, healthy, positive, and evolutive form, so that he or she does not fall prey to belief wishes, which are in every form always unreal, harmful in the long term, as well as disadvantageous and damaging, and indeed also when that is not recognized at first glance. In every case, one's conscious and unconscious evolution is impaired, which means that the human being does not, in his or her present life, achieve the quota of his or her evolutive zeal, and he or she perhaps even devolves, and is again confronted in his or her next life with his or her missed evolution, which must then be made up for, whereby the efforts concerning this, however, will certainly then be greater and more strenuous. Life means achievement, evolving, and fulfilling responsibility in the frame of the creational laws and recommendations. But to that end, hope and optimism are also necessary, along with many other values. Optimism, in and of itself, is a miraculous medicine for the consciousness, as well as for the psyche and the body. Contained within the optimism is the hope, therefore, the expectation, the confidence, and the certainty. And the hope has a quite special value, which is also of a self-psychotherapeutic nature. Through the might of the thoughts, hope affects the world of feeling and the world of the psyche, which also exercise a certain influence on one's physical health and life power, whereby this influence must not be underestimated. And it is also the hope, that is to say, the confidence and the certainty, which allows the positive thinker to still see, in neutral equalized form, a possibility in everything, even in the current time when so much disaster and so many terrible things govern the world, in order to form that which is progressive, creative, and constructive from it, regardless of how dark and hopeless everything may appear. But unfortunately, the fact is that most of today's human beings no longer ever see these possibilities, and above all, they are also not on the lookout for them. This is not based on an unfortunate predisposition of human nature, rather solely on the fact that the human being presumes to think that he himself or she herself is that creational, universal, consciousness-based power and greatness which has created the life from scratch. Therefore, the human being has a wrong understanding of the genesis, and he or she believes himself or herself to be the fundamental creational power in the universal creational sense, because unfortunately, he or she has already long removed himself or herself from the truth that he or she is a created creation of the creation, that is to say, a created creation of the universal consciousness itself, and ought to fundamentally follow and fulfill the creational natural laws and recommendations. But, from the knowledge that he or she, the human being, is equipped by creation with his or her own will and discretion in relation to everything and anything that he or she wants to devise and do, and is therefore absolutely free in his or her entire thinking, feeling, and action, and so forth, to make any decisions and to carry out acts and deeds and so forth, he or she thinks himself or herself above creation and its laws and recommendations. Consequently, he or she overrides them and lives according to self-created laws and recommendations. However, these are of such a kind that the human being can allow himself or herself and acquire all that which brings him or her purely worldly pleasure and joy and so forth, through which he or she can delight in everything which satisfies his or her desires. And since he or she is able to do that without being obviously brought to account through the creational laws and recommendations, he or she feels himself or herself above the creation, and does not concern himself or herself in any wise with its universal guidelines, which determine the life and the evolution in every detail. Therefore, the human being lives only his or her pleasures and joys, and where possible, dodges every responsibility and the bearing and fulfillment of it. And if the human being has a pang of conscience for some reason or other, because he or she knows, in his or her inner nature, about the unrightness of his or her leading and forming of his or her life, and so forth, then he or she believes he or she can free himself or herself from his or her burden by believing in the imaginary dear God, and can ask him or her, or his or her subordinates, for forgiveness, and so forth, through prayers and alms, for the poor box, or for some help, organization, or other. This is an erroneous, terrible thing which is practiced by religions and sects right around the world, whereby the human being is not only misguided, rather, to the worst degree, he or she is also held far from and kept from the creational natural obligation of the fulfillment of evolution. Through this, there is also an emergence of negativism and pessimism, which, particularly in today's world, increasingly take hold and create thought patterns which are so unhealthy, wrong, and negative that one's feelings and psyche, and often even one's consciousness, become sick and miserable. In this form, human beings become gloomy thinkers, and even true artists of gloominess, who manage to conjure up the most negative of all that which is negative, to then wonder why they have not seen any possibilities of something better and positive. They do not understand the sense of this. The human being must think neutral, positive, equalized, in order to have the same kind of feelings, and a psyche of the same direction, in order to always be on the lookout in this form for possibilities which allow him or her to strive for that which is higher, better, and evolutive. Possibilities are not simply possibilities, because on one hand, they form a factor which serves in coping with things and situations and so forth, whereby solutions and success therefore emerge from the possibilities. But then there are still the other kind of possibilities, and indeed those whereby a problem, a situation, or simply a given fact, and so forth, is seen as a possibility of a way arising or existing which can be recognized, taken, and mastered in order to achieve a new and progressive result. Page 356. There are always possibilities of one kind or another, and indeed also when they are not always immediately apparent. One must only always search for them correctly and intensively enough. Sometimes the human being must deal with himself or herself quite unsparingly in this regard, because he or she so willingly sees himself or herself as being different from the way he or she is in reality, in his or her inner nature, and in his or her personality, whereby possibilities which are searched for simply become suppressed, and indeed quite especially when it deals with things which put right one's own image of one's personality. Indeed, also in regard to the world itself, necessary possibilities are very often not willingly seen when it is to do with being able to change the world in a positive, evolutive sense by means of these possibilities. Many think that the world is so very bad that there are no possibilities at all for changing it for the better. But those who think in this form are only pessimists, and others, who lead their lives in a lazy manner and indulge in an attitude which is anchored in the idea that all others should concern themselves with the welfare of the world, because their own power or initiative would not be enough to bring about a positive change anyway, or because they think that their own skin and their own welfare comes first, for which reason it would be nonsensical to grasp a possibility for the improvement of the world, and so on and so forth. Naturally, life is not always pure sunshine, and many worries and much grief, as well as many problems and terrible things and so forth, prevail everywhere in the human being's life. But this is only one side of the life, because in fact, an extraordinary number of positive factors also appear which bear witness in the values of overcoming, solutions and successes, and mastery over grief, worry, and problems, and so forth. And were that not the case, the human being could not learn, recognize, solve problems, and could not finally overcome everything. So where would he or she be then? And on the other hand, there is this to say. Even though the world is so full of problems and an extraordinary number of negative things, that gives the human being no right, and indeed that includes the negators, negativists, and pessimists, to condition him or herself to seeing the world and the human being as being only in a terrible state and in the misery of inescapable ruin, and the world and the human being as only being able to survive with unspeakably great luck, if at all. That corresponds to a dark and arrogant way of thinking and stance of all those whose thinking vilifies the world and the human being, and is unobjective, dark, and destructively negative, because they are nothing other than pessimistic, negative, negating sourpusses, who only see the black, dark, and evil, and just the purely negative and destructive. These are the human beings who not only carry around a sour expression on their faces, because their psyches are also formed that way through the might of the thoughts, rather also their consciousness, and thereby their personalities, suffer from the same sourness. In fact, there is hardly anything more satisfying, and indeed more exciting in the life of the human being than those occasions when he or she recognizes difficulties and problems in their details, grasps them, overcomes them, and masters them. And in fact, it is very exciting to dismantle a difficulty or a problem, a situation or an error, down to its details, as one would a hard, tough object, and to precisely investigate every single piece and recognize it in order to put it together in right kind and wise into something completely new, which functions much better than the original product. And this is actually possible when the human being forms into a neutral, positive, equalized thinker and creates joy within himself or herself in order to be optimistic, full of hope, and progressive in his or her consciousness and thoughts. The human being can accustom his or her consciousness to building up and maintaining the capacity for a persistent, optimistic quality. But optimism is not simply optimism, because within it there is also a state of the harmony which one must likewise first achieve through a neutral, positive, equalized thinking. And as usual, also in this sense, the might of the thoughts determines how quickly the harmony, which is also an ability which must be acquired, can be created. The more neutral, positive, equalized the thought principle is, the faster and more profoundly the harmony also develops, without which the human being is pessimistic and ineffective in his or her development, as well as in his or her conduct and in his or her views, and in what he or she carries out in regard to life. But in order to be able to create harmony, it is first necessary to create a healthy and real form of thinking which is correct regarding life, and secondly, to thereby carry out a reduction of all tensions, as well as a sidelining and elimination of all those factors which, in pure negative form, are so burdensome that they have an inhibiting and destructive effect. And only when this has happened does the harmony show itself in everything that the human being thinks and in the way he or she acts. And only thereby does the optimism become the effective optimism. And once in its entire extent the optimism works and is effective in a harmonious form, one can speak of a real optimism. And it is then quite especially effective and surpasses any often existing optimism, which only exists to an insufficient degree and inadequately for it to really be able to be fully used and brought to expression. When tensions, conflicts, and confusions, and so forth, provoke the human being, then the personality, which functions as a unity comprising the inner nature and consciousness, does not function in a form which is healthy, correct, progressive, and effective. Therefore, a corrective element is required, by means of which the disadvantage is resolved. But this can only be harmony, which, once it is created as an ability, begins to run through and equalize everything, and strengthen the optimism, which must likewise be achieved. However, each achievement of a capability means that a battle must be fought with oneself. But a battle means that tensions and obstacles emerge, which must be conquered and overcome, even if that is often very difficult. However, battles, tensions, and obstacles can often be much more easily won, conquered, and overcome when the necessary equalizedness of the consciousness and of the thoughts and feelings is first of all acquired, whereby a corresponding harmony and optimism likewise follow to the same degree. But that also means that many battles, tensions, and obstacles only arise because the human being does not create any harmony in himself or herself, or simply drops out of harmony and thereby sinks into pessimism. If a human being is optimistic in an inadequate and fickle form, then this minimal optimism expires as soon as the harmony is disturbed and neglected, which, with an inadequate optimism, is indeed only there in insufficient measure. However, if the consciousness, together with its thoughts, is built upon harmony, then that also applies for the optimism, from which joy and hope, that is to say, expectation/confidence, always result. Therefore, if the consciousness and the thoughts are full of joy, then harmony is also connected with it, from which joy indeed arises. And everything which is tackled and undertaken then moves in this harmony-joy state. Therefore, the kind of work which is done also plays no role, because through the harmony-joy state, every activity becomes the encouraging fulfillment of obligation, which is practiced with satisfaction. Therefore, harmony also has an effect on work, indeed no matter what the work concerns, and whether it is easy or difficult, trained or untrained, or is appealing or unappealing for oneself in terms of mood and so forth. A human being who has at his or her disposal an evolutive harmony, and therefore a progressive, creative, and constructive harmony, also possesses the power to do all work with joy, no matter which kind it is, and regardless of whether it appeals to him or her or not. The human being of harmony, joy, optimism puts his or her values regarding this into every activity to be carried out by him or her. Consequently, he or she performs every activity with joy. As a result of harmony, the consciousness and its thoughts, as well as the life and the work, flow in a stream which is not only extremely pleasant for the human being, rather it is also progressive, and indeed both in a sense which is consciousness-based and personality-based, as well as purely material. The results are more effective and successful, which should be a reason for every human being to develop an evolutive harmony within himself or herself, as well as in the external realm of life. On the earth, there are naturally an enormous number of different freeloaders of life, who also have fundamentally different views about life and its situations, as they do in regard to consciousness-based and material development and so forth. So, there are therefore also hard-working and far-thinking human beings who are seriously concerned about the uncountable negative, bad, and evil matters of this world, whereby, however, they sink into negativism and regard every hope, all optimism, every joy, and all harmony as purely superficial factors, and as completely unrealistic. They see the world and everything contained within it, and indeed also human beings and their thinking and actions and so forth, only as terrible things and misery. However, truthfully, everything is not so negative, evil, wild, and depraved as the negative thinkers erroneously assume it to be, because the earth itself, as well as the entirety of its nature, and the human being as well as all creatures which creep and fly on the planet, is not so very negative and depraved, or indeed hostile to life, as is assumed by the negators, pessimists, and other negative thinkers, as is depicted. In fact, the world, its nature, and its creatures, and the human being are much better, which is proven by general progress in every regard. Neither the world nor its nature and its creatures stand still and become depraved, nor therefore does the human being. Everything and every one, and thereby also the human being, has not yet become depraved, and has not yet become so brutal and incapable of life that all is lost and can no longer be saved. And even when a great amount of every kind of bad, terrible, inhumane, and negative activity prevails within the mass of terrestrial humanity, this humanity is indeed not worse than earlier humanities were with this, or than future ones will be. At least all those who were and are creative and constructive in every regard, and through whom progress in consciousness-based and material form has been guaranteed since time immemorial, took care and take care of that. Thus, since ancient times, there have always been a sufficient number of positive thinkers who supported life and fulfilled the evolution, so that humanity, in spite of all the negative, bad, wrong, and evil, and so forth, moved forward and progressively overcame everything and created a future of which they can be proud. Thus, the positive thinker has the most healthy and progressive stance that a human being can ever wish for and achieve. Consequently, he or she directly and openly looks all the terrible things which appear again and again in the eye, and nonetheless has hope, that is to say, confidence, that everything leads to a better and good end, and therefore to progress and success, even when the present situation and all events are momentarily otherwise, and when, to the pessimist, the one without hope, the negator and the negative thinker, all progress and improvement appears impossible. Naturally, it is an indisputable fact that the human being's life is full of difficulties and problems, as well as full of errors, and is quite often quite hard and sluggish. However, that in no wise diminishes the value of the hope and the optimism, and gives no reason for not being creative, constructive, and evolutive. In fact, difficulties, problems, and errors, and so forth, are absolutely required in order to be progressive at all. because only through these factors is it guaranteed that one also actually learns. Difficulties, problems, and errors, and so forth, therefore exist so that the human being occupies himself or herself with them, dismantles them, and analyzes them in order to gain cognitions and a knowledge from them which bring him or her further along and secure his or her future. If everything was actually only bright, strong, easy, and relatively absolutely fully developed, then the human being could not get to know the joy of improvement and forward progress. But since that is not the case, because the difficulties of life are indeed present, they must be overcome, whereby joy and pain come and go, and that indeed depends on the kind of thing which is to be overcome. But there is a strong contrast between joy and pain, and, for the progressive human being, the recognition and living of it in a really open and life-supporting form is not only a requirement, rather it is also the deepest satisfaction. If this attitude is supported, then all difficulties, problems, and errors, and so forth, are analyzed and overcome easily, or at least very much more easily. Therefore, it is absolutely inappropriate and even wrong when one's eyes and thinking are covered when worries, grief, pain, difficulties, errors, and problems, and so forth, appear and create situations that require struggle, hope, harmony, and optimism, if they are to be coped with, solved, and overcome in an evolutive context. The more tricky and tangled the arduous matters are, the more the search and striving for creativity and constructivity must be driven onward. The difficulty pattern of the problems and obstacles, and of the errors, is determining for the efforts which one must implement and for the leading of the battle, for overcoming, subjugating, and eliminating all that which is incomplete, perverse, absurd, and wrongly directed, and so forth. Thus one must always weigh up which countermeasures should be grasped and which course taken, regarding that which strays away from creation and evolution. Therefore, everything must always be clearly and distinctly considered, because only in this way can that which should be found, and only if the right way is found should it be worked out, in a positive thought pattern, into solutions and guidelines, for it then to come to fruition through the might of the thoughts. Page 366. Unfortunately, there exist all too many human beings who are often of the strange and erroneous belief that hard and tough errors, problems, and difficulties totally exclude hope and optimism, and a pessimistic, negating, and negative attitude is therefore totally justified. But this is nothing more and nothing less than just an extraordinarily irrational false conclusion, because even the greatest errors and the worst difficulties and greatest problems and so forth always justify hope and optimism, because there namely always exists the possibility that, in spite of all arduousness, everything can be changed, transformed, and creatively constructively formed for the better, if only the necessary steps are undertaken, and one does not shy away from the efforts which are inevitably connected with that. Naturally, errors, problems, difficulties, and other assiduous matters can often be quite extremely unpleasant and disturbing, and contribute very greatly to leading a difficult life. But the existence of such terrible things and their conspicuous presence can never exclude hope and optimism. Were there no errors and difficulties, nor problems and the like, which can be recognized, analyzed, resolved, eliminated, and transformed by the human being into something better, progressive, and completely new, then among the entire humanity, only inflated pessimism, as well as sheer negativism and presumptuous negation would prevail, because there would be nothing upon which the human being could evolutively work. Every form of doing nothing, and quite especially in regard to consciousness-based non-development, brings not only harm into one's consciousness, personality, character, and into one's morality and mood, rather also into one's whole world of attitude, and into one's spheres of idea creation, whereby, inevitably, pessimism, negation, and negativism arise, which reach peaks which no longer allow progress, any kind of chance. Were the human being, and everything else that exists, not given the possibility of the progress, which can only result through the resolution of errors, problems, and difficulties, and so forth, in the truest sense of the word, there would also be no life, because, fundamentally, in accordance with the creational natural laws and recommendations, all life is constructed such that it evolves and works its way up to the highest heights. But therein is contained the truth, that only the life in itself can be creative and constructive and therefore evolutive, which means that the life only continues on and is progressive when it overcomes all those things which arise within it, and which first give it that substance which makes the life itself into the hope for a better, higher, evolutively more valuable future, in which knowledge, love, peace, joy, freedom, hope, optimism, and wisdom are understood to be the highest values of the life, and allow the progress in every regard of a consciousness-based, thought-based, and material form to become that which it also must be, according to the creational natural laws and recommendations, namely, the real and truthful fulfillment of the life. Errors, problems, difficulties, and other things of the same direction are signs of the life, and therefore an indicator for the human being that he or she, in fact, takes part in the life. This alone demonstrates power and liveliness, from which it can be concluded that a human being who is confronted with many errors, problems, and difficulties, and so forth, is also very much more alive and active than the one who, to a certain degree, simply moons away his or her time without hardship and carelessly or simply lazily, and is not concerned about his or her progress in the evolutive sense. A human being who is constantly progressively active will never get into the situation of being without problems, errors, and difficulties. Indeed, the human being must even be happy that as a result of errors, difficulties, and problems, and so forth, he or she has tribulations, because only as a result of these is he or she capable of achieving the abilities which are necessary to master and neutralize them, that is to say, to transform them into evolutive values. It is this actuality which must be taken on as one's lifestyle, so that progress and success can be secured and achieved. Also, as a result of this stance, depressions which can arise or have arisen from some sort of uncontrolled negative reactions are avoided or driven out. And if the human being learns to take this stance, then he or she also learns to hopefully contemplate his or her errors, problems, and difficulties, and he or she will see that in this kind and wise he or she copes much better with everything and everybody than if he or she is negating, negative, and pessimistic. He or she thereby also finds his or her life more beautiful, useful, and pleasant, because one of the great satisfactions in the life is to deal well and effectively with problems and difficulties, and to be able to recognize and resolve errors, and transform them into something more progressive. Besides, with this stance and successful handling of the life, the knowledge about the power of one's own consciousness and about the might of the thoughts is also built up, and one also recognizes the fact that the human being is his or her own guide and is himself or herself able, through the might of the thoughts, to achieve and construct everything that he or she ever needs and requires in order to cope with all situations and matters of life with which he or she is confronted. But what a sad, strange, and devolutive imagination many human beings have when they claim that it would be humane if all errors, problems, and difficulties, as well as all worries and grief and so forth, were taken away from the human being. They simply cannot and do not want to understand that all progress in every regard is thereby blocked and made impossible, because both the individual as well as the mass of humanity can really only thereby learn and progressively turn to the future. To reject worries, grief, errors, problems, and difficulties means to be devolutive and hostile to life, for which reason all who think in this direction must quite especially be clearly and precisely told and taught that they live their lives in order to fulfill their evolution, which can only happen when they confront all tribulations of life and confidently take them on, solve them, and overcome them. But that means that, exactly as it is with every other human being, they must first and foremost rely on themselves and mobilize their own powers in order to deal with their difficulties, errors, and problems, and so forth. Therefore, every single human being must help himself or herself if he or she wants to maintain his or her health and be progressive in terms of the consciousness, thoughts, feelings, and the psyche. The human being likes to think of himself or herself as delicately strung, and thereby thinks he or she does not have to confront life's difficulties and tribulations, because, on account of his or her alleged delicateness, others should do this for him or her. But exactly that is not the case in any kind and wise, because every single human being can only really, evolutively, and consistently learn from something when he himself or she herself makes an effort to learn and does not send others out to do it for him or her. So, results achieved by others cannot simply be valued as self-learned knowledge of profound, evolutive nature, rather only as prefabricated knowledge which is adopted from others or from books and so forth. In this form, a knowledge can therefore not be progressive, rather it can only be piled up, without a course of learning having been gone through which is necessary for life, and without effective learning having even occurred, as a result of which there would be the following factors: that everything which needs to be learned is recognized in its basic values and inner structures. If the human being does not follow these guidelines of learning, then there always exists the fact that he or she truthfully does not further develop himself or herself, and is in no way a support and help for himself or herself. Rather, he or she continues to be reliant on the help of others, who, so to speak, pull the chestnuts out of the fire for him or her. Therefore, the fact remains that those human beings who do not learn to resolve their difficulties and problems, and so forth, by means of their own power, and recognize, analyze, and overcome their errors, can never really be helped. Unfortunately, the human being is not only uneducated in all these things, he or she is also unknowing to such a degree that it amounts to a true horror. However, he or she is nevertheless able to work his or her way out of this state, which equates to darkness, if only he or she is willing to do so. Some human beings may indeed have great difficulties and problems with that, because they are already so stunted in their volition that they can no longer strive to overcome the difficulties and other tribulations. But that is no reason to let one's head hang, and to simply resign oneself to one's self-created miserable destiny. In fact, there are many neutral, positive, equalized human beings, positive thinkers, optimists, affirmers of life, and those versed in life who gladly stand helpfully by one's side, and who gladly endeavor to provide their neighbor with all the necessary knowledge which is required, so that he or she can change for the better in his or her consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, in his or her character and morality and mood, and altogether in his or her inner nature, and so that he or she can fundamentally learn to really get to know himself or herself, and to change into a better, powerful, and constant personality, and to provide himself or herself with the necessary help in every form. Human beings who are strong, creative, and constructive do not confront problems, difficulties, and errors, and so forth, reluctantly. Rather, they do quite the opposite. They accept these as evolutionarily necessary factors, without which the life could not exist progressively. Rather, it would stagnate into the worst forms, or would even be devolutive. Everything which is burdensome in life, such as errors, incomplete things, deficiencies, contradictions, oversights, erroneous assumptions, failed actions, wrong evaluations, falseness, misjudgments, unvalidities, faulty procedures, derailments, misdemeanors, unvirtues, vices, slip-ups, offenses, problems, obstacles, impossibilities, predicaments, distressing circumstances, tricky things, dilemmas, confusions, laborious things, emergencies, annoyances, tiresome things, opposition, scheming, deceit, turmoil, complications, terribleness, and other bothers, are welcome values for the consciousness and its thoughts, for the learning and dealing with that which is necessary for life, in order to be able to fulfill the striving for that which is higher and for progress. The human being who thinks positively therefore grows with that, and thereby makes himself or herself ever more capable of coping with the life and all positive and negative things which arise in it. The most important thing regarding problems, errors, and difficulties is the stance which is adopted. The right stance, meanwhile, determines that the form in which the bothers, errors, and problems and so forth are seen and judged, and how they are thought about, is very much more important than the effect which they can have in reality when they are not overcome. Naturally, the possibility that problems, errors, and difficulties and so forth can be called forth must not be disregarded, but it is not important for their resolution and for overcoming them. Therefore, the consciousness-based mental stance and attitude is indeed more important than the actuality of the fact itself. Naturally, a fact is an indisputable actuality which cannot simply be wiped away, thought away, or made to disappear in some other way. But unfortunately, for an extraordinary number of human beings, the actuality of a problem, error, or bother is the ultimate concept of the truth understandable for them, which means that they only see this one actuality which oppresses and burdens them, from which they are not able to free themselves, because they lack the power and the knowledge to dismantle the existing facts down to their details and solve their secrets, in order to gain a progressive result from that, and to neutralize and eliminate the fact. This kind of human being is broken by an actuality, because he or she makes no effort in any wise to undertake anything against it. Consequently, he or she all too gladly and too quickly gives up, and throws in the towel, as the saying so nicely puts it. The convinced, positive thinker and hopeful, enthusiastic optimist always takes a neutral, positive, equalized stance in regard to all facts, and sees every error, every problem, and every difficulty realistically, and as a challenge which must be resolved and overcome in order to thereby learn and be progressive. But he or she also regards everything as a challenge for his or her intelligence, his or her inventive power, as well as his or her knowledge and his or her wisdom, in which he or she searches for insight and guidance, as well as cognition and solutions, in order to cope with the occurring facts and to gain from them the very most progressive element contained within them, which one must just search for, recognize, and make useful. Such a human being goes on thinking prospectively. Consequently, he or she also continues to research and search, whereby he or she also creates further cognition, knowledge, truthfully lived experience, and wisdom, because he or she allows the might of the thoughts to come to the fore and everything to become reality. Such a human being never becomes despondent. At most, in terms of his or her mood, he or she feels indisposed at some stage, which, however, he or she certainly quickly brings under control again, because he or she knows exactly that nothing is unachievable when it lies within his or her own powers and possibilities, and therefore he or she also knows, in this sense, that there is also always an answer to every question, and that this answer is also always found by him or her. In some case or other, it is perhaps also only necessary to change the facts somewhat, or to simply pass by them, in order to nevertheless overcome them, and to learn that which is necessary out of it, in order to be able to live with them. Consequently, with errors, problems, and difficulties, a compromise can therefore also be made and entered into, in order to live with them, as a result of certain changed circumstances and changes to the facts of the matter, without a further form of new errors, problems, and bothers arising from this. Also in this case, one's stance and attitude in regard to the facts is of greater importance than the given facts themselves, because they are indeed brought under control and are mastered. In all the human being's neutral, positive, equalized, optimistic thinking and conduct, there is hope, enthusiasm, and striving, by means of which everything of which the human being can conceive can be mastered sooner or later. Therefore, one must continue to practice these values so that they continue to remain effective. Therefore, the human being should never give up, regardless of how unfortunate and negative the circumstances and situations are. With the help of the power of one's own consciousness and all achieved positive capabilities, and by means of the might of the thoughts, which is built up through all the powers of the consciousness and through the capabilities, all arising problems and difficulties can be solved, and all errors recognized, analyzed, and resolved, in order to create from that which is better, more positive, and progressive. Even in the present day, with the help of one's own powers, all tribulations can be neutralized, eliminated, or transformed into something better, as was also the case in earlier times, when the human being was exposed to fewer burdens caused by the environment, philosophies, religions, sects, and other worldviews, and caused by the general progress, and so forth. Number 1. With problems, bothers, and errors, one must always be mindful that they are not without use, nor are they simply negative. Rather, they also have a noteworthy, positive, and evolutive value. Number 2. With problems, difficulties, and errors, one must always search for a creative and constructive solution, which is also progressive and therefore positive. Number 3. Thinking in a neutral, positive, equalized form also means always being objective, realistic, enthusiastic, hopeful, and optimistic. Number 4. Problems, difficulties, and errors are facts of life and of progress. Consequently, the human being grows because of them and becomes strong, and his or her quality of life improves. Number 5. Problems, weaknesses, difficulties, and errors must be examined for their weak points in order to penetrate them there and analyze them in order to then work out the necessary solutions and changes and so forth. Number 6. Problems, errors, and difficulties are, for the consciousness and the thoughts, what physical exercises are for the muscles. Strength and might are created through both forms. Number 7. The human being is able to cope with all problems, errors, and difficulties by means of the power of his or her consciousness and by means of the might of his or her thoughts. Therefore, in every regard, the human being must trust in himself or herself and in his or her own power and might. Page 378, Part 26. To be quiet and to withdraw, in a neutral, positive, equalized form, into one's consciousness, one's inner nature, and into creative and constructive thoughts, is an essential part of creating all those values in oneself which make life worth living, and which spread peace, joy, freedom, love, enthusiasm, and harmony, through which one's neighbors also jointly live and are evolutively stimulated. Neither one's consciousness, nor one's inner nature, nor one's thoughts are a vague composition. Rather, they are values of the existential, and they are thereby the motor of the formation and leading of one's life. In fact, they are infinitely greater and more immense, as well as more fascinating, than the superficial impression which the human being gets from them, if, falsely pious and faith-bound, he or she regards them only as the tool of a Godhead. Truthfully, it is the human being's consciousness, inner nature, and thoughts which are the actual originators of his or her acts and deeds, as well as of his or her formation of knowledge and wisdom, his or her lived practical experiences, cognitions, solutions, successes, and evolution. However, for direct access to these energies, which are created by the human being himself or herself, it is necessary that he or she constantly confronts them and constantly renews them by continually developing himself or herself further and working his or her way up to higher levels of the evolution. However, if this is disregarded, then not only can the physical energies drop away, rather also the psychical and consciousness-based energies. Consequently, an ongoing practice is therefore necessary in order to avoid allowing the powers to peter out. If one does not attend to constant practice, then one's creative and constructive vitality also falls away, as does one's power of intellect and rationality. Therefore, if a once dynamic consciousness and its thoughts, as well as one's inner nature, are not constantly tended and nurtured, then they wither and dry up. Consequently, there can no longer be any healthy ideas arising from them, which can be processed into ideals, imaginations, strivings, and wishes, in order to then be brought to fruition by means of the might of the thoughts. Part 27. The human being must actually think of himself or herself first, not only sometimes, but always, when it concerns his or her own prosperity and adversity in regard to his or her evolution, and thereby when it concerns his or her intelligence and reason, as well as his or her consciousness, psyche, character, morality, and disposition, and inner nature and personality. However, this also applies to many things in the purely material realm of life, whereby, however, one can make and adhere to compromises, which are not possible in the purely material realm, in the purely mental realm, because neither the consciousness, the psyche, the inner nature, character, morality, and personality, nor one's intelligence and reason accept half solutions or detours and so forth, when they relate to the named factors themselves. Therefore, compromises are actually only possible in the external, material realm. For example, when some form of low point is reached, from which one only returns when one takes advantage of help of a fellow human being. Once such a point is reached, often nothing can be done other than to claim the neighbor's help, which also equates to a compromise, thus an agreement with oneself, at least in this sense, as a result of which one's own help is excluded and outside help is accepted. Part 28. 1. In order to live successfully and evolutively, it is necessary to refrain from doing any burdensome things which create feelings of guilt. That means to do what is right in all things, and to live according to the motto, quote, "Do what is right and fear nobody." Therefore, uprightness is called for in all things and matters, as well as in one's conduct, just as is a sense for truthfully social conduct. 2. One must always understand what success, knowledge, wisdom, and evolution mean in the real sense, to be a true human being. 3. One must recognize the truth of the creational natural laws and recommendations, and live according to them. The human being thereby becomes his or her own practical leader of his or her life. 4. The human being must always be clear about and conscious of the significance of purely mental as well as purely material work, and the significance of his or her ability, which he or she must acquire, for persevering in all situations of the life. 5. For the really evolutive human being, it is absolutely necessary to always have, in the consciousness, as a result of setting Ziele and secondary Ziele, a firm interest in a fixed end zeal in order to allow it to become reality by means of the might of the thoughts. 6. Every setting of a secondary zeal and setting of an end zeal is connected with much arduousness and work, as well as with many errors which must be recognized, resolved, and remodeled into something better. All this should and must always be tackled, carried out, and finished with much joy and enthusiasm, as well as with constancy, hope, and optimism. 7. For all progress and every success, intelligence and rationality must be used in order to thereby create ideas in the consciousness and its thoughts, and, from the ideas, ideals, imaginations and wishes and so forth, which are worked out into the setting of Seele and are brought to fruition by means of the might of the thoughts. 8. For everything and anything which the human being ever undertakes in a good, right, and positive context, he or she must build up the necessary appropriate enthusiasm and confidence. 9. It is always necessary to be relaxed in all trains of thought, acts, and deeds. Therefore, tenseness should never arise, regardless of whatever happens. Only a really relaxed human being is also mightful in his or her thinking and in his or her actions. 10. Quiet moments are always necessary in every case, regardless of whatever is undertaken and carried out. 11. The human being must constantly practice being himself or herself and feeling his or her own powers, so that he or she can again and again renew himself or herself in his or her Wesen and in his or her powers. 12. The human being must knowingly recognize his or her inner powers and self-created capabilities, and see himself or herself as the effective owner of his or her own self-created inner wealth. 13. It is very important for the human being to exclude every inclination towards the self-destruction and to create an actual self-edification. 14. The human being must always allow rationality to prevail to such an extent that he or she can still face himself or herself in the worst case and does not become an object of his or her own mockery. Page 384. Part 29. If a human being wants to be taught and convinced about whether his or her neighbor is really a loyal and honest friend to him or her, then he or she should not listen to his or her advice and should wait to see how he or she reacts. Part 30. The life itself teaches that the circumstances in which the human being lives are not decisive for his or her development, righteousness, and personality. Rather, it is solely that which he or she does, and how he or she does it, and how he or she forms himself or herself and his or her life from it. Part 31. Every human being requires the certainty of being acknowledged, because that promotes his or her sense of achieving greater things and being evolutive, whereby well-being, joy, love, peace, freedom, and harmony become characteristic of him or her. Part 32. To constantly train the consciousness in no wise means to oppress it with Gewalt, or to subject it to a consciousness washing in order to compel it into the servitude. Consciousness training first and foremost means to directly and clearly recognize how the consciousness works in itself and creates the thoughts. From that, a knowledge arises which can be used with understanding in order to tame the consciousness and its thoughts, and to consciously deal with both, and to make both more malleable in a form which allows the human being to become master of his or her consciousness and thoughts, whereby he or she finally learns to use his or her consciousness and thoughts in a real and effective wise, and allows it all to become the life-determining factor by means of the might of the thoughts. Part 33. Very many terrible things do indeed exist in the world and among human beings, but they are mostly only mischance and irrationalities which arise out of unknowledgeness and disregard for the creational natural laws and recommendations. Consequently, they can be changed for the better if the human being creates truthful knowledge and wisdom, and therefore enlightenment in himself or herself. If the human being achieves a dynamic union of knowledge, harmony, wisdom, and love for everyone and for everything, and if he or she connects it with having the necessary feelings for everything and anything which crawls and flies, then he or she actually takes part highly effectively in the preservation and evolution of the planet Earth and all life. From that it follows that the work of the consciousness and the actually evolutive work with the thoughts is not only essential for philosophers and other thinkers, rather it is really essential for all human beings, regardless of which race or skin color, which religion and worldview, which societal standing and position, and which kind of life they have. The nature of the consciousness-based development is extremely practical, active, and effective, and embraces all things of the life. And the fact is that the entirety of humanity is exposed to the danger of increasingly disregarding and forgetting the real knowledge about the creation and nature and its laws and recommendations, for which reason it is absolutely necessary that the human being quite consciously turns again to his or her consciousness-based development, and does not only search for it and achieve it in the external, material realms of his or her life. He or she can no longer put his or her consciousness-based evolution under a bushel and regard it as a luxury, because the time has long since arrived when the evolution of the consciousness, and thereby also the recognition of the real facts, has become indispensable and extremely necessary for survival and the continuation of life. Page 388, Part 34. Two personalities live in the human being during his or her entire life. One is the inner nature, the ego, which the human being himself or herself creates, according to his or her own ideas and guidelines, which he or she likewise creates himself or herself. This nature, that is to say, ego, is always demanding, calculating, hysterical and garrulous, as well as equipped with all the unvalues which guarantee the human being a way of life according to his or her own laws and recommendations, because they do not have the kind of direction-determining form such as is contained in the impulses of one's innermost creational nature. The other personality is the innermost nature, the creational, quote, I, which is of a purely spiritual nature, and whose quiet impulses of wisdom are not listened to, or are only extremely seldom listened to, by the human being in general. It is exactly this innermost personality, the innermost creation-conditioned nature, to which one must give one's actual attention, in order to form, out of its impulses, one's inner nature, that is to say, one's inner personality, which should then also be outwardly expressed by means of the might of the thoughts. Therefore, the more the human being learns to pay attention to his or her innermost nature and listen to it, the more the ability is developed to contemplate everything and to integrate it into his or her inner nature, as well as into his or her actual life, whereby the impulses of his or her innermost nature have an increasingly lasting effect and the innate wisdom of the creational nature can be conveyed into the inner nature which one must form. Through the consciousness's awake ability to assess, the human being is able to distinguish the various impulses and values of the innermost nature from the self-created personality. So, he or she therefore learns to recognize the various forms of characteristics which, on the one hand, radiate as guiding impulses from his or her innermost creational nature, or which, on the other hand, attempt to drown out everything as various, piercing, and often loud, seductive voices from the self-created, I. If the required efforts are undertaken, then the true nature of the innermost, creational nature releases everything in terms of wished-for impulses for the creation of capabilities, powers, and transformations, so that the inner self-created nature, the actual personality, which is expressed outwardly, can be acquired, whereby joy, love, peace, and harmony, as well as freedom arise in one's own ego, and a trust in oneself is created, which makes it clear that everything which arises in the form of wishes, demands, ideals, efforts, and imaginations can be achieved. The human being thereby creates in himself or herself the wisest leader that he or she could ever wish for. And once the impulses of his or her innermost nature, that is to say, his or her innermost creational personality, gradually become stronger and clearer, the human being who makes efforts in accord with the creational laws and recommendations is more and more able to distinguish between the real creational truth of the innermost I and the many deceptions of the self-created ego, and listens to learn, trustingly and with understanding, only to the innermost creationally given nature, to the innermost and uniquely, comprehensively, creationally determined personality. Part 35. The root and the fruits of all human phenomena are one's own consciousness and its thoughts, the might of which translates everything into reality. If one's consciousness and thoughts are not examined and controlled, then, in the brilliant play of deceptions, they only chase along behind empty ideas and impressions which can never be worked out, by means of the might of the thoughts, into ideals, imaginations, and strivings, and so forth, and be translated into action. Consequently, only emerging ideas are given expression without containing Ziele and without being able to bring about effective success. If the human being looks deep into his or her consciousness, then it is as limitless and without recognizable origin as the creational spirit, which, with its creational cosmic energies, enlivens the material body and the forms of the consciousness and subconsciousness, and determines its essence over the coming, remaining, and going of all things. Page 392, Part 36. The human being has to know that he or she cannot protect himself or herself from errors on the real way of the evolution, and that when he or she attempts to shield himself or herself from them, he or she only makes more errors, and furthermore cannot learn that which he or she fundamentally should learn as a result of the errors. Part 37. All that the human being has to do in order to receive direct help from himself or herself, is to nurture correct, healthy, good, and neutral, positive, equalized thoughts. Thus, it has been said since ancient times, quote, "Whoever tends and nurtures correct and good thoughts will also receive help from himself or herself." Yet exactly the correct, neutral, positive, equalized thinking is difficult for many human beings, because many barely know any longer how correct, healthy, and positive thoughts are created, tended, and nurtured. Often that only happens out of an extraordinarily overbearing arrogance, and because the human being is not ready to look out for help and simply rejects offered help, and his or her own knowledge, understanding, and ability is mistakenly overvalued, or simply because the human being is too sluggish, or the consciousness and its thoughts are so occupied with nonsensical, useless, and destructive questions, distractions, pleasures, and circumstances, as well as detours, that it has a completely estranging effect on thoroughly contemplating the rightness or wrongness of matters. Thus, a turnaround can only arise when the human being consciously turns to correct, positive thinking and admits to himself or herself that he or she continually pursued wrong views and delusions, and, in fact, requires his or her own inner help in order to free himself or herself from the unfortunate work of his or her negative entanglements. Part 38. If the human being is a negativist, imprisoned in pessimistic thoughts, and is consequently destructive, devolutive, unproductive, lacking ideas, unartistic as well as uncreative and unimaginative, and so forth, then he or she is convinced that everything always fails for him or her, and the world will deteriorate. However, he or she must counter that with all real and positive means, and must never slacken in his or her intentional, forward-directed efforts, and those directed at that which is higher. At the beginning of such efforts, it may look at first as if striving forward would be impossible, and would become ever more difficult. But when one simply looks beyond that, and guides one's thoughts away from these gloomy, illusory pictures, then the human being emerges from this procedure entirely changed, and changed for the better. If feelings must thereby be controlled, or neutral positively equalized and steered in evolutive forms, or for some necessary reasons subdued or shut down, then it is necessary to fundamentally direct the thoughts in these forms, because the feelings can only be created and influenced through them, because, by means of the might of the thoughts, everything of which the human being ever conceives and allows to become, the ideals, the imaginations, and wishes and other efforts, and ultimately the setting of Seele, bears fruit. Whenever doubts surface in any form, they must simply be regarded and treated as that which they actually are, namely, only obstacles on the way of one's development toward that which is higher. These obstacles must be given both the necessary respect as well as the required understanding, which calls for everything having to be analyzed, clarified, and uncramped, as well as understood. The human being must always thereby be clear that, with an obstacle, one is not dealing with a fundamentally insoluble problem, rather solely with a further step in the process of development, in the alteration of the inner values, and in the reformation of the personality. And precisely this process must always be carried on and be allowed to continue to run its course, until the point at which the process which was begun reaches its conclusion, and the set end zeal is achieved. However, after that, the evolution goes even further, ever further. Consequently, new things must be learned, and new zeal settings must be brought forth. It is thereby necessary that one's trust in oneself, and one's decisiveness, enthusiasm, and hope are never lost. That is the path which all evolutive human beings have taken since ancient times, and will also take in the future, because actually no other possibility for the evolution exists. But in every case, included in that are also the persistence and perseverance, which are extraordinarily important factors, without which a zeal can never be achieved. Part 39. If, in the face of death, and at the moment of dying, the human being succeeds in directing his or her consciousness and his or her thoughts and impulsations at the creational existence in order to unite with it and to die in peace, then he or she has lived his or her life in truthfulness of the fulfillment of the creational natural laws and recommendations. Therefore, it is the human being's task, during his or her life, to work his or her way up, in his or her consciousness and in his or her thoughts, to such a degree that he or she merges in the possible consciousness forms with the wisdom power of the creational spirit, and the life he or she leads in accordance with the creationally given laws and recommendations becomes self-evident for him or her, whereby the powers of the spirit penetrate into his or her entire way of thinking, and into his or her striving, the management of his or her life, and into his or her actions and evolving. However, this is a long process, which requires lifelong efforts, from which all progressive things, as well as knowledge and wisdom and so forth, accumulate and become an enormous might factor in the human being, which he or she can make useful for himself or herself and his or her fellow human beings at any time as he or she desires. All perceptions become recognized as appearances of reality, and are also handled, processed, and evaluated in this form, whereby all life situations and all that goes with them are recognized as facts necessary for evolution, regardless of whether they are tragic or senseless, terrifying, revealing, or, in the best measure, forward-looking, and of a positive kind. In every case, they are always values from which much can be learned, and one's entire life can be evolutively formed. Part 40. When the human being's consciousness shines with wisdom, then springing forth from that are the growing thoughts and feelings of the immense, unshakable certainty of the conviction that the life in the material existence and in the being of the all-great time are inseparably connected to each other, and are of a creational nature. Consequently, there is nothing else for which to search or hope which would equal this creationally given life. One must constantly search for, tend, and nurture this certainty by means of a constantly repeated view and a look into the depths of the nature of the consciousness, by means of a disciplined meditation, so that the human being is always conscious of the true greatness of life. Part 41. Many who are uneducated in the teaching of the creational laws and recommendations ask themselves, quote, "Who is the human being's inner teacher?" The inner teacher is nothing other than one's inner nature, which the human being forms according to his or her own choosing, and thereby builds the form of his or her consciousness, and thereby his or her personality, which is normally also expressed outwardly, however, is very often conveyed to others in a falsified form for one's own advantage and in demand for profit. If the human being does not form his or her inner nature according to the form of his or her innermost creationally given nature, rather only according to his or her own advantage-based sense, then a selfish Wesenheit, that is to say, personality, arises, which, as a false inner teacher, causes the human being to have a devolutive and self-disadvantaging effect in the inner and the outer. If the inner nature, that is to say, the inner teacher, is formed true to the laws in accordance with the wisdom of the innermost nature, the innermost teacher of the human being, and is equipped with the innermost values of the creational energy-based impulses, then neutral positive equalized values arise, which are also released outwardly in the same form, and reveal to the fellow human beings the real nature of the inner teacher. And allowing the real and truthful knowledge and the wisdom of the inner teacher, of the inner nature, and of the actual personality to become outwardly observable, audible, and effective in the environment is the result of the setting of Seele in the material realm of life. The form in which the result manifests then also determines whether one's inner peace, love, joy, and freedom, as well as harmony, have in fact arisen in full measure and can consequently also be expressed outwardly without a lessening of the relevant created capabilities. Therefore, even if the human being wants, oh so very much, to shield his or her inner nature, his or her inner teacher, from the observations of other human beings, everything taught by the inner teacher comes to light anyway, as external manifestations, and reveals the secret of one's own inner self and the inner truth. Therefore, the human being who has become righteous because of his or her inner teacher behaves freely and openly, and also allows the effects of his or her inner nature to penetrate outwardly in unaltered form. Page 398, Part 42. Through the possibility of searching and finding, as well as through the recognition of the values, the powers, and impulses of the innermost creational nature, the way is opened for the human being to form his or her inner nature correctly, healthily, and positively, and to then maintain, in stability, free of vacillation, that which has been formed. Once the innermost creational nature is recognized, then it is like a suddenly bright glow of a fire, which can drive out the darkness of unknowledgeness and irrationality in a tiny moment. If, on the search for the innermost creational truth, the human being therefore recognizes the nature of the innermost nature, then, without any doubt, he or she experiences the greatest enlightenment of his or her life, and gains values from it which are of colossal significance for the forming, leading, and maintenance of his or her life. For this reason, the human being must familiarize himself or herself with the true nature of the innermost nature through a constant practice, in order to gain values through which he or she can form his or her inner nature, which he himself or she herself has to form, and allow it to become reality. But all this happens on the way of the innermost and inner self-cognition, as well as through the inner self-realization, which is fundamentally connected with profound thought work, and with the fact that, through the might of the thoughts, everything can be translated into action and be brought to fruition. Part 43. As the human being creates love and follows it, he or she must also live it, even if its ways are often extraordinarily hard and steep, because the purely thought-feeling-based or emotional love created by the human being is not the all-embracing and all-calming creational love, which knows neither suffering nor pain in itself. Therefore, if human-made love, and not spiritual, fine-sensitive, perceptual love, comes to the human being and wraps its wings around him or her, and he or she devotes himself or herself to it, then there is always danger hidden under the wings, and a sword which can wound the one who accepts the love. But nevertheless, the human being believes in it when it speaks to him or her in its ingratiating form, although this human-made love and its beguiling voice can shatter and destroy all dreams, as a hurricane can shatter and destroy a lovely paradise. Such is the love which is created by the human being through his or her thoughts and feelings, and which disregards the truthly love created by means of spiritual, fine, sensitive perception. It raises the human being into the highest heights and crowns him or her, but as it creates flights of fancy, it also makes him or her submissive, bends him or her, and shatters him or her. True, spiritual, fine, perceptual love is quite different from the love created by the human being through thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and which is inconstant. Constancy carries only the true love in itself, which is present in the realm of the spirit, and which the human being must bring across into the material realm of his or her consciousness, and tend and nurture as a spiritual good, which is able to manifest itself in the material realm of the consciousness. And when this creation-given love beckons to the human being, he or she should follow it and quite consciously make it his or her own. But this does not protect him or her from fellow human beings being envious of him or her because of it, and doing terrible things to him or her when they themselves are not capable of this creational love and do not understand it. Thus, if the human being is alone with this love, then also for him or her the ways can be difficult and steep, and swords can strike him or her which injure him or her in his or her inner self, whereby he or she can fall into need and affliction, if he or she cannot strengthen and protect himself or herself with his or her love. Love is not a work of, quote, God. Rather, it is provided to the human being as a gift from the creation, which permanently exists in the innermost creational nature of the human being, where it can be drawn upon and made useful in the consciousness at any time and according to free choice and human will. This kind of creational love is not changeable, as is the thought, feeling, emotional form of love created by the human being, which can lessen in its strength, or can even transform into hate or enslavement, and so forth. However, the creational love knows effectively no such changeableness, rather only the striving for that which is higher, whereby it evolves and assumes ever more powerful and deeper forms. This creational form of love only strives to fulfill itself and grow on. Part 44. An old saying goes, quote, "Live as and when you want to, and you will wish to have lived." The sense of the saying is that, as a rule, the human being leads a life which, once he or she is dying, he or she would like to have changed. Unfortunately, it is a sad fact that it is only when most human beings are dying that they know to value their lives, and would like to have led a kind of life which is fair. An extraordinary number erroneously believe that they would still have plenty of time to still do everything necessary in life, or to be able to live the high life as well as live in unrighteousness, to then indeed still refrain from that in time, so that righteousness is still indeed sufficiently done. But they all err, because the death comes quickly and suddenly. Consequently, it is always too late to be able to still make changes to one's lifestyle and to one's attitude, and so forth. When one is dying and death approaches, and the human being is suddenly overcome by regret, then every oh so seriously meant effort for a change is illusory and an impossible thing. The most significant revelation in regard to the life and the death is therefore this: that the human being must fundamentally change his or her attitude in regard to the life and to the fulfillment of the creational laws and recommendations during the course of his or her life, and guide it along paths which are so righteous and correct that dying, one day, with the experience of being close to death, becomes the living experience of harmony between this side and the other side. Therefore, the human being must transform himself or herself from someone who only wanders aimlessly in life and is directed towards material pleasures and advantages, as well as wealth, to a human being who finds a profound motivation for the real life, from which one finds a definite direction for the evolution and the overpowering certainty that anxiety and terror do not reign at the end of the material life. Rather, really something positive and harmonious can be expected. In the place of lust, vice, and greed for money and possessions of any material kind, there must come, through the innermost creational fair nature, the striving for higher things, and the all-embracing understanding for the creation-given guidelines, the certainty that the human being must instructively form himself or herself for the life, as well as for the dying and death, and behave in such a wise that everything can flow into an all-embracing harmony. Part 45. Once the human being acknowledges, in every righteous kind and wise, his or her fellow human beings as having equal rights, then the relationship each has with the other becomes more open, more fair, more joyful, more loving, more peaceful, and more harmonious, and gives a new and deeper sense to the true state of the human being, of being human. Human beings and peoples thereby also perceive each other more effectively and more honestly, and create at least a situation which brings more understanding for each other, and thereby also a peaceful and far-reaching coexistence between the human beings, if not quite a solid basis for a real world peace. To that end, that which the human being requires, as a rule, is the cognition of this necessity, as well as the courage and the modesty to really act with all single-mindedness and efforts in this form, and to strive accordingly. To a healthy degree, the human being must make an effort towards more clarity and clear sight, as well as for honest love, joy, peace, freedom, and harmony, and direct his or her life beyond that to bringing everything to fruition through the might of the thoughts, so that, once created in this form, the nature of the inner nature and of the consciousness comes to the fore and connects with the immortality of the creational truth and its being. It is necessary to use one's lifetime to bring this fact to realization, because one's particular life is only as short and fleeting as the scattered clouds in the sky which are blown away by the winds. Birth, life, dying, and death exist like shadowy movements, and life itself is, so to speak, like lightning in the sky which flashes briefly, illuminates everything, and then goes out, which means that one's life must be used in its full radiance in order to illuminate it and the world, indeed by fulfilling the evolution in every regard. However, this is only possible when one works with all the many changes in the life, because this is the only way to effectively face the life, and to also really be able to prepare for the dying and for the death, which is always closely connected with all things of the life. Acknowledgement of one's fellow human beings is also included in that, because they are also organized into the becoming and passing, and are a part piece of the life of every individual, who cannot exist without his or her neighbor, because one life is dependent upon the other, as is determined by the creational natural laws and recommendations. But these laws and recommendations also determine the dying and the death of every single life, which must be accepted and understood, as must the life, which may often be full of trouble, suffering, difficulties, and pain, from which, however, the opportunities arise to learn and to be effectively evolutive, as well as to understand and accept the life, the dying, and the death. Everything is integrated into the becoming. Thus, however, also inevitably into the passing, which is why nothing may be considered to be, and be regarded as enduring. Otherwise, the possibility of being able to learn as a result of changes is excluded. Part 46. There are actually responsible human beings who occupy themselves in the daily existence with the life, the dying, and with the death, and who ask how it might go for them when the time of dying comes for them. However, many do not think about that at all, and simply go on living from one day to the next, without even thinking in the slightest that the state of the consciousness in which the human being exists during his or her life will also be exactly the one in the moments of dying and in the moment of death. Therefore, it is incredibly important to use the life to purify and evolve the consciousness, and with it, the fundamental inner nature, the personality, the character, and the morality. As long as this is still possible, because in the moments of dying and in the moment of death, neither can attempts for that be undertaken, nor can successes be achieved. Page 408, Part 47. Cognition of truth is real, and every human being, regardless of whatever and whoever he or she may be, can, under self-created, suitable circumstances, and with the correct use of the nature of the consciousness and the might of the thoughts, bring to fruition everything which is capable of evolution, and thus find in himself or herself the imperishable, as well as the harmony, and that which is pure. The wonderful thing about that is that it does not concern anything strange or fantastic, and is not determined only for selected human beings, rather for each individual of the entire humanity, who wants to bring the nature of his or her consciousness and of his or her inner self to fruition, according to the ego which is aligned with one's innermost nature. The recognition, by means of the consciousness, of the spiritual truth is nothing complicated, sectarian, religious, or esoteric, because it is truthfully a profound, healthy, and positive knowledge which can be rationally recognized and created through the material consciousness's pure understanding. If, by means of rationality and intelligence, the human being recognizes in his or her consciousness the real nature of the spirit and its laws and recommendations, then the consciousness-based layers of confusion and unknowledge fall away, whereby the blindness and imperiousness and self-praise come to an end. To be a knowing, recognizing, and wise human being does not mean to be a kind of almighty, imperious, and boastful superhuman being. Rather, it means to be an effectively true human being. Part 48. Often that which the human being takes to be love is nothing more than just attachment, binding, or dependency, and that which in this form is erroneously taken to be love, only ever leaves behind wounds and scars. Even in many good relationships, in which hints of real love perhaps exist, everything is so clouded by attachment, binding, and dependency, and by all their uncertainties, as well as by possessive thoughts and pride, that the tender hints of real love fade away again, or can never correctly come to the fore. And if this form of love really also comes to an end one day, then from that also arise painful wounds, and finally scars, which cause pain and hurt again and again. Real love is only noticed by many human beings when the loss of the partner threatens as a result of death or other circumstances, and this is then the moment when one clings tight to one's partner and would take the inner freedom from him or her. But this does not lead to really gaining one's partner for oneself, because, truthfully, he or she thereby slips away even more, and the relationship, which only existed in a fragile form, finally breaks apart. Thus the kind of wanting to be happy which one attempts to achieve very often becomes the clumsiness and ineptness of those human beings who still attempt to save the relationship. However, as a rule, nothing, or nothing fundamental, is thereby changed. Quite the contrary. One only subjects oneself to even more problems than already otherwise existed. The human being acts thus, in this wrong form, because he or she holds the usual belief that he or she can still save everything when it is already absolutely certain that everything is really already irretrievably lost. Only once the human being sees that really nothing more can be saved of that which is lost to him or her, does he or she become clear about the loss. And that is the reason which motivates him or her to believe that he or she would just have to knuckle down in order to still get that which he or she wants, and to get that from which he or she expects to get happiness. But exactly that is an impossibility, because when something is actually lost and cannot be brought back again, then it can also never be enjoyed, because it is not in the human being's possession, certainly not any love, nor a human being. Part 49. The spiritual teaching teaches that everything negative also has a positive, and every bad, wrong, and unhealthy act or deed also has a good, correct, and healthy one. This is the law of making errors, from which that which is progressive and right arises as a result of analysis and recognition. Therefore, every single error is reason for the hope that, from it, something good, effective, positive, healthy, correct, and evolutive can be gained. Even the most hard-bitten, wrong-living ones, pessimists, negativists, and criminals, and so forth, can therefore change to something better and progressive when they are accorded the necessary knowledge for that, and the possibility for that is offered to them. They can actually change and overcome their old and wrong conditioning. And exactly that is a reason why every wrong-acting human being, murderers being no exception, must be given the chance to resolve their errors and to evolutively change, so that they can analyze, change, and positively resolve everything which had driven them to their wrong actions. But if the human being is not given this chance, for example, when the fallible one is condemned to the death and executed, then this means that the fallible one is not only impeded in his or her resolution of the errors made and in the evolution, and that these are destroyed for him or her, rather that he or she is quite consciously and vengefully murdered. The human being today is developed to such an extent in his or her intelligence and in his or her rationality that he or she is able to process and understand this fact. But when out of imperiousness and vengefulness and so forth, he or she does not do this, then through the promoting and supporting, as well as the carrying out of the death penalty of murder, he or she makes himself or herself just as guilty as the one who was executed for that crime. The human being today is developed to such an extent that, with the present circumstances of all kinds, he or she can, when he or she applies himself or herself to them conscientiously as well as with skill, knowledge, and wisdom, free himself or herself from these bonds of guilt induction and bonds of unending suffering in regard to life. For that one requires only clear, rational, really human, and creationally correct contemplation and actions. Part 50. The human being of the earth needs neither wars nor religions. Rather, most urgently, active human beings of peace and of freedom, as well as human beings who know the creational laws and recommendations and teach them to the humanity. They must be human beings who are equipped with the, quote, armament of patience, and who carry in themselves the vision of the true freedom and of the effective peace, as well as the love and joy and the equalized harmony, and who, in lived practical experience and in wisdom, spread their knowledge and reveal to the human beings all those creationally formed necessities which the human being must follow and fulfill for a correct and righteous life. The earth human being needs truthfully spiritual leaders who are knowledgeably skilled in every level of development and can be instructive in every stratum of society as conscious representatives of the creational natural truth, in feelings for others, joy, love, freedom, harmony, and wisdom, so that humanity becomes knowledgeable and obliging in every respect in regard to evolution, in the certainty that the life is only thereby lived and used in accord with creation. That is what is necessary for the human being to keep in view, and to imprint into himself or herself, in order to work untiringly for his or her evolutive progress, and for the preservation of the world and all its manifold life forms, and for the future. But, to this end, knowledge and wisdom, true, fine, spiritual, perceptual love, which comes from the spirit realm, as well as joy, inner and outer freedom and peace, are just as necessary as are an equalized harmony and a hope, which is never able to dwindle away. For the life, one day, of a purely spiritual, energetic nature, in the all-great, timely being of the creation, and one day, in the absolute absolutum. Thanks for watching.